Hey, beautiful people. Happy Saturday. Now, I'm going to pray that I get through this live stream. Everything I share is for educational and for use purposes only. I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties, but we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Now, I'm going to play a clip. It took me a while to find a clip for you guys. I'm not trying to throw Donald Trump down y'all throat, but there's a lot happening with the Republican Party. Let me see if I can do this. Here we go. Let's see. Hopefully y'all can hear it because my internet is glitching today.
That's great. We don't use auto pens here.
It's my
It's a great achievement.
there you go.
Okay, wait a minute.
I hope y'all can hear it.
There you go, Mike. Take care.
Thank you, sir.
It's your birthday. Hold on. Happy birthday, my friend. Shout out to you, Caseno. I see you. Happy birthday.
So great, right?
Yeah, here.
Most of these people are too young to remember that.
My sister.
Real sports fans know it. Thank
I
you
love
very
you, Boo.
much. It's a great honor to have the media too. We're delighted to be joined today by true legends of American sports history, the heroes for the entire nation, the 1980 U.S. Olympic ice hockey team. This was one of the biggest moments that I've ever seen in sports, and I like sports. These are the men who gave us one of the most storied athletic wins of all time. It's called the Miracle on Ice, and I guess that's what it was. We're with us today by players like Jim Gregg, Steve Janicek, Bill Baker.
Before we start, my beautiful sis Krista, I know you don't do politics, and I love you. I'll be doing another stream tomorrow that's not politics, just so you know.
Dave Christian, Ken Morrow, Jack O'Callahan, Mike Ramsey, Neil Bratt, Mike Urizioni, Rob McClanahan, Buzz Schneider, Dave Silk, Phil Bercoda, and numerous others. And what I'd love to do, when you have all of these media people, it's a nice slow afternoon. Nothing's too slow around here. I think we just did a very good job with Thailand and Cambodia. We had them stopped, and I've been saying I stopped 8 wars, but they started shooting at each other 2 days ago. It wasn't good. And we got it, I think, straightened out today. So Thailand and Cambodia is in good shape. So we get a lot done. 8 wars. Nobody's ever stopped 8 wars. We have one more to go. The easiest one, I thought, would be a country that you're somewhat familiar with, Russia and Ukraine. But a lot of progress is being made even there. Could I ask you to just say your name? And if you have anything to say, you could say that also. And then we'll get on with reading some of the stats.
Yeah, my name is Ryan Suter. I'm here representing my dad, Bob, who passed away.
You guys are already starting out hating Donald Trump, but you haven't even heard what he said yet. Can we just try to keep an open mind? You haven't even heard it yet.
True honor for me to be a part of this, and I thank these guys for allowing me to be a part of their team. And thank you for having this and hosting us.
Your father was some player, incredible player. Did you ever play ice hockey?
I did, yeah.
How good was he compared to his father?
I'm not answering.
President Ryan just played 21 years in the NHL. He played 1,500 games.
So pretty comparable, though, right? Better? You think better?
Yes.
You can say.
His dad was tough.
I've heard he might be.
Dad was tougher, you're right.
Tougher, but he's better. But you got good genetics. You had a great career. How long did you play?
I played 21 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, you look pretty good for a guy playing 21 years. Business. Congratulations.
So
And great
you
father.
want this?
Thank you.
Great father. Please.
I'm Taria Lewis, and I'm here representing my dad, Mark Pavlich. I'm so honored to be here. I'm at a loss for words, to be honest. Like, I can't believe this is real. And I want to say to you, President Trump, I know so many people from Duluth, Minnesota that love you. And
thank
I
you.
just, yes, yeah, thank you for having us here.
Thank you.
So, yeah,
And you had a great father,
thank you so much.
a great player.
So amazing.
Thank you very much. Very serious. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Please, go ahead.
I'm Ken Morrow.
Yeah,
Honored to meet you, Mr. President.
Yeah.
What a great win for our country. And if people don't remember, that's where the USA chant started in Lake Placid.
that's right.
Yeah.
I tried to take credit for that. You had to bring that up, didn't you? That's the end of that. That's all right. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Jim Craig, and it's
I'm sorry, you guys. I was trying to get through the video. It was a bill signing ceremony. I think this one had to do with artificial intelligence, not to regulate it, but I'm not really gonna get into the details yet. Yeah, because I'm kind of reacting to the video with you guys.
an honor to be here. I'm so proud of all my teammates and what we were able to accomplish for our country. And when you get a chance to represent your country, whether it's in the military or a sport, and you can do something really special like our team did and then be recognized many years later. So, Mr. President, I want to thank you for your courage that you show the country every single day
Thank you.
and for
Thank you, Jack.
making our country safe again.
Thank you. Yeah, we're doing that. I appreciate that very much. I didn't know you were on that team. Was Cash? Was Cash on the team?
I was a trainer.
Great. Thank you for being here. He's doing a great job too. Thank you, Cash, very much.
Buzz Schneider, Mr. President, thanks for having us here. Thanks Congressman Stauffer for writing legislation with the least spot, Tom Emmer. It's a privilege to be here and we accomplished a wonderful thing. And I will say that I got 19 beautiful people I did it with. It was awesome. All
That's
good,
true.
solid people. Thank you.
That's
Thanks
true.
again.
They are. So you have to be solid. Thank you. Please.
Hi, I'm Neil Broughton from Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. Trump. It's an honor. You're celebrating us, and I can't believe I'm even here.
It's an amazing office. It's
It's unbelievable.
everybody that comes here, the biggest people in the world, they come into this place and they go, wow, it's the Oval Office, most important office anywhere in the world, not even close. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, Michael Ruzioni, on behalf of the team, we have a replica
Wow.
hat that we wore at the opening ceremonies in Lake Placid.
Thank
We'd
you.
like you to have that.
Wow.
And more importantly, I don't think words can explain how proud we are for what you've done for our team.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let's see, what do I do with that strap?
Now we can take a picture.
You gotta take a picture. Remember a certain governor in Massachusetts, when they put that helmet on, that was not good? Michael Dukakis.
Yep.
They put that helmet on, that was the end of his political career. Okay, that's good.
But the honor that you bestowed upon our team is something that's incredible.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I feel it.
Thank you.
You
Mr.
know.
President, hello, I'm Jack O'Callahan from
Hey,
Charlestown,
Jack.
Mass.
Thanks.
And grew up on the battlefield of where the Battle of Bunker Hill was fought. That's where it all started. And thank you so much for having us here. When we're a bunch of proud Americans, and we're thrilled to be in your presence, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm thrilled to be with you guys, winners,
Thrilled to be
champions.
American.
Mr. President, my name is Dave Silk, and like Jack said, I'm a proud American. Thank you for having us here, and thank you to all that put this on for us.
Thank you.
I'm honored to be here.
Thank you, fellas. It's really nice. Thank you.
Mr. President, Bill Baker, I'm from Minnesota. I know that right now that doesn't ring very well. Hopefully we can get that turned around.
Do we have Somalians in the, any Somalians on the team? I don't think so. Ilyan Omar.
The pride we felt in 1980
Yeah.
was incredible, and we are starting to feel that again thanks to your leadership. Thank you very much.
Well, you know, Minnesota's a great place, and this is a great leader right here
Sure
from
is.
Minnesota. He loves it. Not happy with what's going on up there, and I think you'll take care of that situation. We're all with you.
With your help. Thank you.
No, you have my help. What's happening up there is a disgrace. It's a disgrace. Billions of dollars have been stolen, billions sent back to Somalia. And Tom can solve that problem better than anybody. And you have the go-ahead, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. What do you think of this team?
This is the team that set the whole tone for this country back in 1980. It was the beginning of the great comeback, which, by the way, Donald J. Trump was the next beginning of the great comeback. So it's perfect that it's both you and this great team from 1980.
Thank you, Tom. You're doing a fantastic job. Really a great leader. We appreciate it, friend. And Jackie is a great spouse.
Remember, that's her favorite.
That's true. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
And Elise, everybody knows Elise. She's doing phenomenally well. A really tremendous congresswoman, and she's running for a little position called governor of New York, and she's got a hell of a shot at it. That's all I can see. I see polls that look very good, and we could use you in New York. She's got a little competition and with a very good Republican, but she's a great Republican. So we'll see what happens, but Elise is respected by everybody, and we appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. As the representative for Lake Placid, this is so meaningful to my constituents. And we are home of the Miracle on Ice, and it's wonderful to be here with these teammates who just stood so proudly for Team USA.
Thank you. Thank you, Elise. Thank you. Please.
Hi, Shells. Welcome. I see you.
My name is Dan Brooks. I'm the son of Coach Herb Brooks. It's an honor to be here, Mr. President. My dad, he believed in the American hockey player. He believed in his country. He loved this team. He loved his country. I wish he was here, but it's an honor for me to represent him. So thank you for having me.
Well, your father was a great guy. I knew him a little bit, and he was an amazing coach. What he did was just incredible.
He was tough, but fair.
He was tough? Was he tough on you? Yeah.
I lived with him 20 years.
But good. I was saying, my father was tough too. My father was tough, but good.
Yeah.
All right, they were good people. Thank you very
It
much.
was an honor to be his son.
Thank you very much. Yep. He should be very proud of you right now.
Rob McClanahan from Minnesota. I'm just echoing everybody else's words. It's an honor to be here, and it's an honor to be a teammate of this great team. It's all about we, and we're great teammates.
Yeah. That was really a perfect case of it.
Yep.
That team was a perfect case. Please.
I'm honored to be here. I'm representing my brother Mark, who died in 2024. I know he's looking down with a big smile on his face.
Great player.
Yeah, and I'm sure I am honored, and I know he would be too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Trump, Dave Christian from Warwood, Minnesota, Hockey Town, USA.
Is it still? Is it?
It still is, but it's a privilege and an honor to be here with the greatest teammates anyone could have.
Thank you very much. Great honor. Great job.
Mr. President, Mike Ramsey, I'm also from Minnesota and Minneapolis. It's not Hockey Town, Minnesota. It's an honor to be here with my teammates and you. This is awesome. Thank you.
Great to have you. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, Steve Janaszak, also from Minnesota, White Bear Lake, Minnesota. It's
Right.
not as big as it sounds. I backed up Jimmy Craig, and I want to thank all you guys for the job that you did. Pleasure to be a part of this team. Luckiest guy on this team.
Yeah. Jimmy Craig was pretty good, right?
So I don't have a problem with President Trump, but does anybody know what's with the white hats? I like it, but I don't know. What's up with the white hats?
I know goaltending, and he did an awesome job.
Yeah, it's pretty good. That's great. Thank you very much. Great honor. Thank you.
Wow, I didn't know he had to talk. I'm speechless, of course, but I'm Phil Bricota, originally from Duluth, Minnesota, and certainly, like all the other gentlemen here, we're having a wonderful, wonderful day, and just seeing the history of Washington D.C. and the invitation and the award is beyond what I could imagine.
Well, it's an honor, and so many people from Minnesota. There's something. There's good hockey blood, huh?
Oh yeah.
No, so many people. A lot of the team. Congratulations, and Minnesota's going to be back, right?
Better
Going to be back. Going to be back. You got a little bad governor up there. A couple of other little problems, but it's going to be back. And unbelievable people.
Hey,
in
Carla,
Minnesota.
good morning.
45 years ago, this tremendous group of collegiate players and amateurs faced overwhelming odds against the Soviet Union in Lake Placid Winter Olympics. They said it was the greatest team ever put together, the Soviet team. They weren't saying that about you, but you were damn good. They were saying that team was unbeatable. The same month, the USSR's hockey team had crushed our squad. They did an exhibition game of some kind, and it was not pretty, 10-3. And people were not even looking forward to this game, fellas, I hate to tell you. They liked it. That last 10 minutes were not fun. The Soviets had not lost an Olympic game since 1968, and they were coming off a 4 straight gold record, gold medals. In 64, they won the gold, 68, 72, and 76. Other than that, they weren't that good, right? They were great. And this was supposed to be the best team that they ever had. So it wasn't looking too sharp for our great champions behind me. As one American sports writer put it at the time, the whole world expected the Soviets to win, quote, unless the ice melts. So that wasn't a very good statement. But then it began. Despite the long odds, the Team USA blazed through the group stage, meaning other countries went through them pretty easily, advancing to a long-awaited rematch against the USSR. 3 times we went down by a goal. For most of the game, they were down by a goal 3 times, and then remarkable players put America back on top where we always wanted to be. Buzz Schneider, he scored the opening goal and a slap shot from 50 feet. That's a big slap shot. That's a big. How the hell did that happen? Was their goal? I thought they had a good goal.
They did have a good goalie. The pass came across the ice. They caught him going the other way.
It just happened, right?
Shot his
Miracle, they call it. A miracle. Thank you. That's a long one, right? That doesn't. How often does a 50-foot shot go in? Not too much, right? That one. Well, you have a little extra power. You're strong. You were a strong guy. That ball, that's something. That puck was hit. We have a puck here. Does this mean anything, or is this something you just gave me?
I gave the FBI hockey pucks.
Oh, well, that's good. Well, I'll put it here on top of a piece of gold. In the second period, Jim Craig withstood a barrage of shots on goal and kept the dream alive. That's the guy, right? And then after a goal from team captain Mike Eruzione, who's a fantastic guy, and I know him from outside of hockey. We played golf. We were in a golf team together, and we happened to win, right?
We did, sir.
We won.
Yes, we did.
I liked my partner very much. But he put us up 4-3 midway through the third. These fighters held on to the longest 10 minutes of their lives. They call it the longest, most horrendous, scariest 10 minutes. Is that true?
Absolutely.
Because you couldn't believe that you were there, right? And they're leading by 1, and they got 10 minutes, and just please. Anybody pray? Were you praying?
Doing everything.
I don't know. Did you have time to pray? I don't think you had a lot of time.
You just had to go out and play.
They're religious guys, but they didn't have a lot of time to pray. They were having the match. But to win one of the greatest comebacks in sports history really was amazing. The observers in the arena noted it was the first time in his life that he heard the chant USA, 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 which I don't like hearing because I tell people that had to do with Trump in 2016, slightly after your big win, but no longer. That's the end of that, right? I can't use that one anymore. But I do remember them doing that exactly. For a long time, they were doing that. This team united us and they inspired us. The United States was like brought to a level of sports that they've never seen. And they brought us Olympic glory that we celebrate to this day. Nobody thought it was possible. It really shows that, anything's possible. Nobody thought that one was possible. But I want to congratulate you all. And now I'd like to invite Mike to say a few words, and then Congressman Stauber, who introduced, and then we're going to speak from a couple of other people. And I have to tell you, our leader, I have to say that Emmer is a very special leader, and I want you to maybe wrap it up and say something on behalf of your great state in particular, the country, but your great state in particular, okay?
Thanks.
So let's go, Mike.
Just again, Mr. President, to reiterate what we've all talked about, this is an absolutely incredible honor. I've said this before.
Would you guys agree that Donald Trump is one of the hardest working presidents that we've had so far?
When you put a USA jersey on, you're playing for your country. You're not playing for your state, your town, or your city. And what an honor it was for us to put that jersey on and accomplish what we accomplished. I've always said the gold medal is something that's incredible, but this is the frosting on the cake. To receive an award like this, an honor like this, maybe this is it, guys. I don't think there's anything else we can get.
There's nothing else.
This is just incredible.
There's nothing else.
No, this is it, and thank you for making this happen.
That's great. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
SDM, I don't pay attention.
Mr. President, thank you for signing this piece of legislation. I first want to say on behalf of Congress, I want to thank Lee Stefanik and Tom Emmer for being co-sponsors of this piece of legislation. I also want to thank my staff. Ali Esau in my office did a tremendous job getting this, to be able to pass the House and the Senate. I want to thank my staff. And Mr. President, it was 45 years ago, Friday, February 22nd, 1980, that the game of hockey changed. It was a 5 p.m. game. It was tape delayed. Those of us that were hockey players back then, this game changer. We couldn't find that USA jersey anywhere. Of these hockey heroes, and as we move forward, they changed the game of hockey. It was a powerful, dominant performance that this country needed. They beat the powerhouse Soviets, and as you know, you're continuing to do that today.
Awesome.
And this was a great start of it. And for me, I'm very just privileged and proud to stand with these Olympic heroes that literally changed a nation and gave us the strength that we needed at the time our nation needed it. And to know these men here, they're humble, the humility is through the roof. And I just want to thank you for signing this. This means a lot to me personally, but it means more to the team. When I talked to him this afternoon, this was as Mike just said, it's the cherry on top of what they did for this country. And thank you for signing it. And I appreciate it.
Well, look, and he was a really great hockey player too. So let me ask you a question. Was your brother in this category of hockey player or slightly less?
You want to answer that?
See, he was smart.
He was better than me. Robbie was a goaltender in the National Hockey League as well. So
Wow, that's pretty good.
He was
Boy,
much better than me.
That's a lot of good genetics in this whole thing, but you were a hell of a player too. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, people. So?
We're gonna, Mr. President, we would like to do one more thing.
Oh, sure.
Take a photo with our hats off.
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
Mike. Fix my head.
Minnesota used to wear hats.
Okay,
Straighten it out.
take a good one. You have Dan? Let's go, Dan. Get with it. Get with it, Dan. Oh, there we go.
One Lexi Hank.
Good photography. You got a little off guard. It's a good photo. Good idea.
A little bit more.
Yes, I felt.
1, 2, 3. And more.
So we're going to finish up with Tom Emmer, and he's been just a fantastic congressman, leader, person from Minnesota. Loves that state. Boy, do you love that state, and they love you equally as much. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I got to thank Pete Stauber as he's talking about humility. Pete Stauber actually was in the White House as a national championship captain of a national championship hockey team back in the 1980s.
Not bad.
This runs in the blood in Minnesota. This runs in our blood in Minnesota, but it's not about Minnesota, even though I will point out most of the guys are from Minnesota, but that's not the point. It doesn't matter if it's Massachusetts, Minnesota, Michigan, Wisconsin, wherever players came from back then, they were all Americans. That's what mattered, and they were an inspiration. And you know what it means to my state? It shows us that no matter how bad it gets, there's always a way to succeed if you're willing to try. And I think Mike Eruzione said it earlier. If you think you're going to lose, you're probably not going to win.
Right.
if you think you're going to compete and you're going to give it everything you've got, these men who are standing here and their colleagues who are not here, God bless them, those who couldn't be here and those who have departed, they reached the ultimate peak. And when they did it, as Pete pointed out, they lifted an entire country out of the ditch and set us off to an amazing.
Hang on, you guys. So during the bill signing ceremony, I had to get this for you. President Trump and members of the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's ice hockey team wore matching white cowboy hats as a symbolic tribute to the Miracle on Ice victory. So it's symbolic, okay? Yeah. I thought it was cool. You guys.
Several decades that follow. And it's not much unlike the 47th president of the United States. So I think it's entirely appropriate that you're doing this for these men. You're really doing it for the country. And God bless you, because Minnesota, I think, is going to experience a comeback. Because
they're going to do it. Minnesota's going to come back. No, I'm so impressed that so many of these champions come from Minnesota. It's amazing. It's a great place. Thank you very much.
We engineered it.
Well, the best players are from Massachusetts.
I think
it starts again.
Well, thank you very much. Any questions for the? Let's go to the players first, if you could.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, it's a great honor to be in the room with all of you. I remember this game, and it had a huge impact on me. You're heroes of mine, and it's really an honor to be in this room.
Thank you.
Mike Eruzione, I have to ask you a question. What did it mean? I realize it was the semifinal game, but what did it mean to you at the time to beat the Soviets, to beat the Soviet Union?
At the time, it gave us an opportunity to play for a gold medal. People always talk about the Soviet game, and I know how important the Soviet game was from a political standpoint. We didn't know it at the time, we knew it after. But if we don't beat Finland, we're not having this conversation today.
I'm just delivering the news. I keep my political, I'm just delivering the news.
We're not here. As great as the Soviet victory was, and it was an incredible victory, but if we lose to Finland, it would have been, God, if you only could have beat Finland.
What was the score?
4-2. We were losing 2-1 going into the third period.
That would have been a downer.
So
can you imagine?
We're not having this conversation.
That would not have
You are not inviting us to the White House. We are not receiving this honor if we don't beat Finland. So I think it speaks volumes of the team and the team that I played on to come back after such a great victory. We were ready to play Finland on Sunday. And I think, again, that's a tribute to the team and the type of players that we had. So years later, 45 years later, we realize how important that victory was against the Soviets. But I think a lot of us take great pride in knowing that we closed the deal by beating Finland.
If you didn't win that final game,
We're not here.
Nobody would.
We wouldn't have played.
You wouldn't be here. I would not have invited you. I would have said, you got to be kidding.
Yeah, what happened to Finland?
Mike, if you drive an Uber.
Very funny. A little twist of that. But you did win.
What's the lesson for Ukraine from this win from 45 years ago when you defeated Russian team against all odds?
Well, it's a similar situation, isn't it? Let's see what happens. We're working on seeing if we can make a deal right now. We're gonna see. We'll soon know, I guess. We're gonna see a lot of death. Last month, fellas, 25,000 soldiers were killed in Ukraine and Russia. 25,000. Can you imagine that? It's ridiculous.
Maybe we should send our team
Mr.
over.
President, if I could, you guys were a team of amateurs. What do you think about the NIL, the deals that are being made with players, and they're hopping around schools? What do you think about it? I get your thoughts on that.
My thoughts are I don't like it. I don't like the NIL. I don't like the portal. But that's the state of college sports today, and we have no control over that. I don't like it, and a lot of people that I spoke to don't like it either. But we have no say.
Well, I think we maybe do have a say. I think that it's a disaster for college sports. I think it's a disaster for the Olympics because, we're losing a lot of teams. The colleges are cutting a lot of they would call them sort of the lesser sports, and they're losing them like at numbers nobody can believe. And they were really training grounds, beautiful training grounds, hard-working, wonderful young people. They were training grounds for the Olympics. And a lot of these sports that were training so well would win gold medals because of it. Those sports don't exist because they're putting all their money into football. And by the way, they're putting too much money into football because Colleges don't make, even the most successful universities don't make that much money. And you can't pay a quarterback $14 million to come out of high school. They don't even know he's going to be a very good player. I mean, they've tried a couple of times, $14 and $12 million. And a couple of deals like that, and the most successful colleges are losing money. And I think the NIL is a disaster for sports. It's horrible for the Olympics. And I think it's actually horrible for the players. And you're losing all of these great sports. They're not college football. Even basketball is being affected. Basketball second, but even basketball is being affected. They're putting all of their money in. And I know something about it. They will not be able to stop. You're going to have a college president. I'm telling you, sir, we give a guard $7 million. We're going to win the national championship. And they'll give them 7 and they won't win it. And even if they do win it, colleges cannot afford to be paying the kind of salaries that you're hearing about. And frankly, if you didn't have a very strong salary cap in sports, and even then in professional sports, they'd all be out of business, everyone. You're going to have these colleges wipe themselves out. And something ought to be done, and I'm willing to put the federal government behind it. But if it's not done fast, you're going to wipe out colleges. They're going to get wiped out, including ones that do well in football. They can't pay $12 million, $14 million, $10 million, $6 million for players. They won't be able to stop. There'll always be that one player. If they only have that player, they're going to win the national championship. And they'll have 100 colleges thinking the same thing. Colleges cannot afford to play this game. And it's a very bad thing that's happening.
You talked about the Soviet Union. I also want to ask about another country that you're targeting, which of course is Venezuela. Do you intend on seizing more oil assets from Venezuela and other takers?
I wouldn't tell you that. I mean, it wouldn't be very smart for me to tell you that. You know, we're supposed to be a little bit secretive. You're a very big time reporter, and I don't think I want to tell a big time reporter or a small time reporter that. But we are knocking out drugs at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We knocked out 96% of the drugs coming in by water, and nobody can figure out who the 4%. I wouldn't want to be the 4% either, but 96% of the drugs coming in by water. Every one of those boats you see get shut down, you just saved 25,000 American lives. But we knocked out 96% of the drugs coming in by water. And now we're starting by land, and by land is a lot easier. And that's going to start happening. And we're not going to have people destroying our youth, destroying our families. Thinking about youth, everybody. You ever see a family with the fentanyl or cocaine? Colombia has at least 3 cocaine factories. That's a different country. We're not happy about it, but we're stopping it. And we've stopped it now on water. You don't even find boats on water. You don't even see fishing boats on water. You want to go fishing in that area? Does anybody want to go fishing in that area? I don't think so. So I just want to say this. We have now a strong border. A year and a half ago, we had millions of people pouring through. Now we have nobody coming in through our border. And we have a strong country. We have a country that's respected, and we're going to keep it that way. And we're not going to let people kill 300,000 people a year with drugs.
One more follow-up question,
Yeah,
Mr.
please.
President.
The fraud that you've been pointing out, talking about in Minnesota specifically, there have been some reports resurfacing and circulating even by your own administration alleging Ilhan Omar's marriage to her brother. And this would be a fraudulent situation if there in fact is found to be fraud in a situation like that. Would you like to see her denaturalized or others who have similarly committed
Well,
fraud
I
in
think she's
Minnesota?
very bad for our country. All she does is complain, complain, complain. She comes out of a country where they have no government, they have no military, they have no police, they got no nothing. They don't have a country, and they run around killing each other. And then she comes over here. She tells the United States of America how it should be run. We don't want to hear from her. I don't want to hear from her. I don't want to speak for Emmer, but I don't think Emmer particularly wants to hear. But don't say it because I don't want to get you in trouble, okay? Just be nice and easy, all right? I'll do it for you, but that part I'll do. But I just want to say that there's nothing worse than a person that comes in and does nothing but bitch and comes from a place where she shouldn't be telling us what to do. She shouldn't be telling us, and everybody agrees with me. And what's happening in Minnesota with Somalia, where billions of dollars is being stolen, right? Like candy from a baby. We're not going to let that go on. And it's too great a state to have that happening. And guys like Tom Emmer and others, Pete Stauber, guys like them, they're going to stop it. And they're going to be given the authority to stop it. Because this country is not going to put up with it anymore.
You've talked about land strikes happening soon. Is there anything at this point that can prevent that? And is the objective, if you make that decision?
Well, I don't want to say that, but it's not only
land.
land strikes on Venezuela. It's land strikes on horrible people that are bringing in drugs and killing our people. You know, if we were in a war and we lost 300,000 people in a year, because that's what the real number is. It's not 100. You know, you keep hearing 100. And it's a lot worse than that because the families are devastated when they lose their child. If we were in a war, we lost 200,000 or 300,000, but I think it's more than 300,000. And that's a war that's like a war that would be unparalleled. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. And that's what's happening. So it doesn't necessarily have to be in Venezuela. It's people that are bringing in drugs to our country are targets.
Mr. President, at the end of this year, those extended Obamacare subsidies expire. What's your message to those 24 million Americans who will see their insurance premiums go up?
Don't make it sound so bad because, you know, obviously you're a sycophant for Democrats. You're obviously a provider of bad news for Republicans. Let me just say something. The Republicans, I think I can speak for Tom and most other people. I think what most Republicans want to see is what I want to see. And I leave it to them. And hopefully they're going to put great legislation on this desk right here.
I know we're in the middle of this video, but what do you guys think about the big, beautiful bill? Do you like it?
We want to see all of the money that's been squandered and given to insurance company because Obamacare is horrible health insurance. It's far too expensive, and it always has been. But what it really is a way of making insurance companies rich. We want the money not to be paid at all to insurance companies. You know, insurance companies have gone up 1,700% over a short, meaning the stock, 1,700% over a short period of time. And they've taken in hundreds of billions and even trillions of dollars. And we want the money to go to the people. They'll go in the form of a insurance account, healthcare account, or any other form that we can create. We have a lot of different forms. We want to give the money to the people and let the people buy their own great healthcare. And they'll save a lot of money and it'll be great. Now, the problem we have is that the Republicans are not at all controlled by the insurance companies. But you know who is? The Democrats. The Democrats have received hundreds of millions of dollars. They're totally controlled by the insurance companies. So we might not get too many of their votes. But I actually think we'd get some Democrat votes. So I don't know how you feel about it, Tom, but everybody wants to see this happen. Everybody. I put it out, and all of a sudden, we've taken over in a positive way. The Republicans have taken over healthcare in a positive way. I want to see the billions of dollars go to the people, not to the insurance companies. And I want to see the people go out and buy themselves great healthcare. Much better healthcare at very little cost. That's what I want. And it's so simple.
Congressional Republicans have said they won't vote for an Obamacare extension deal if it includes funding for abortion. Would you assure those Republicans that you will not propose?
Well, we're going to look into it. We're going to look into a lot of things. That's one of many factors. But what we do want to see is we want to see the money go to the people, not to the insurance. No, wait. You have to be nice and easy. Nice and easy. She's very aggressive. Okay, please.
Thanks, Mr.
Not
President.
all of it.
Can you tell us how this free economic zone would work in the Donbass and in land that the Russians took by
Well, I
force?
don't want to do that now. It's a very complex situation, but it would work. And a lot of people want to see it work. And all I want to do is I want to stop the death of 25,000 people a month. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. There were new Epstein photos released today showing you and also Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon. What were your reaction to those new photos that were released?
Well, I haven't seen it, but I mean, everybody knew this man. He was all over Palm Beach. He has photos with everybody. I mean, almost there are hundreds and hundreds of people that have photos with.
I'm so tired of them trying to connect Donald Trump to the Epstein files. He said that he was there with his wife, but the women said he didn't touch them or do anything to him. I really want to move on from
So
that.
that's no big deal. I know nothing about it.
How big a role do you want to personally play in the decision by the Fed on interest rates?
Well, I've made a lot of money. I've been very successful. And I think my role should be at least that of a recommending. They don't have to follow what I say, but we're going to be choosing a new Fed person in the pretty near future. But they went out, they went out with 71 different people, all economists and Trump. I was 71. And of the 71 people, I got it right. And one other person, I think from the Wharton School of Finance, my alma mater, got it right. There were two people that got it right out of 7, but I was one of them. So I think I certainly should have a role in talking to whoever the head of the Fed is or the Fed. I don't think that, in the old days that used to happen. Nowadays, it's sort of, they think it shouldn't happen. But I've done great. I've made a lot of money. I've been very successful. I think my voice should be heard. But I'm not going to make the decision based on that. I'll be making a decision over the next few weeks. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Brett. Let's go. Thank you.
Yeah, I like
Press.
this.
Let's go. Let's go.
I'll
Head
be there.
out. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press.
Okay, that was a lot. That was a lot. What did you guys think about that? I didn't get a chance to cover this yet. Let me see if I can find it really quickly. If my internet will let me be great. I don't know. No promises. Okay, let me see if I can find what I'm looking for real quick. Don't look at my search. Okay, so hang on. I just lost it. Kirk. Hold on. Give me a second, you guys. Of course, I gotta cover this before I get out of here. I gotta find it. I can't spell. Hopefully it comes up from here. Everything I choose for educational phrase purposes only. I can't guarantee I'm gonna find what I'm looking for, but I think it's right here. You guys, I do want to know what you think about that clip. I think this is it. Here we go. I think this is it.
Decide who is and is not an appropriate member of the public. I think they have a unique relationship with Mr. Robinson, and they
following
would
the
certainly abide
Wait,
by any
not
orders the
pausing.
court makes concerning
I can't pause it. Oh well, I gotta pause
disclosure
after. It won't let me
of what
pause.
is discussed in closed session, but obviously it's up to the court.
Thank you, Mr. Novak. I'm going to rule that
Switch gears.
they will be excluded.
But I don't know if it's gonna play. Let's see. Now it pauses. The alleged person on trial for Charlie Kirk had their court hearing. And I'm trying to play that for you guys, but I don't know if it's gonna work. Let's see.
As well. It is
Okay.
just given the nature and the sensitivity of it. I believe it is appropriate to treat all parties in the public equally, though I do recognize their relationship with Mr. Robinson. Thank you for your request. All right, we will go into the closed session.
All right, as you see, those were the moments that happened just at the top of the hour as the accused Charlie Kirk assassin, Tyler Robinson, made his first appearance there in the Utah courtroom. We wanted to make sure we brought you some of those moments in case you missed it. Very brief, only about 4 minutes of what we were able to show on camera there as well. And so to talk a lot more about what's happening behind the scenes, I now want to bring into the conversation legal analyst Nima Rahmani. Nima, thanks so much for being with us
That's
here on
crazy.
Live Now
That's
from
just
Fox.
weird.
This is a
That's
huge
weird.
day. It's one that a lot of people
So
have been
weird.
really waiting on as I should say Tyler Robinson had his first appearance in court in this Charlie Kirk hearing. It's interesting though, because there's a lot of things happening behind the scenes about what media access we have as these court proceedings are now starting to go. You listened to all of that. What were some of your major takeaways?
Well, Christina, thanks for having me as always. Obviously, big day in the Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk case. And there's three things going on, and there's actually three separate parts of this hearing. This first part that is closed relates to court security. The defense has asked for there not to be cameras in the courtroom, and the Utah County Sheriff's Department has also asked for there not to be cameras in the courtroom. If there are cameras, the defense is not going to want to have any video or images of Tyler Robinson being shackled, being in orange jumpsuits or other prison garb. They think that's too prejudicial, and potential jurors will see that and think that he's already guilty. That's why in these cases you regularly see criminal defendants in civilian clothes. So obviously, this is a very high-profile case, one of the most watched cases in the entire country, maybe even the world. When you have the president of the United States talking about a case, that's a big deal. So once court security is addressed, then the judge will reopen the hearing to the public, and we're going to have a pretty lengthy and robust discussion about cameras in the courtroom. Now, some states and the federal system don't allow cameras, but Utah is one of the ones that does. But it is up to the discretion of the judge. And there's two issues that we're dealing with here, Christina. There's the First Amendment, the freedom of the press, and there are news outlets like Fox News and Live Now and the Associated Press that want to broadcast the proceedings, gavel to gavel. And the defense doesn't want it because they think that it prejudices their client. So this is where the First Amendment, the freedom of the press, rubs up against the Sixth Amendment, the right to a fair trial. So we're going to expect to see pretty lengthy discussion of that. Now, the prosecution has taken a more neutral position, but both the defense and law enforcement don't want cameras there for different reasons. One is the potential for prejudice. The other is for security reasons. But we do have a presumption of open access to courtrooms in this country. So it's going to be interesting to see what the judge does. Lastly, the judge is going to address extrajudicial statements. So what does that mean? Those are statements outside the courtroom. So we're talking about a potential gag order. And the gag order might not be limited to just the lawyers and the parties in the case. It may be limited to victims as well. And I'm talking about Erica Kirk. So if you remember the Brian Kohberger case, because the victims' families in those cases, they may have been witness.
How are you guys blaming this on MAGA? You can't just throw everything on Trump and the MAGA movement. Are you okay?
In the penalty portion of the case, we're talking about the death penalty. The judge says you cannot talk about the case because you may be someone who's going to be testifying before the jurors in this case. So it's going to be interesting to see how the judge rules on that latter issue as well. So three different things: security, cameras, the potential gag order are all going to be addressed today.
It's going to be interesting, Nima, like you said, because you talked about the fact that this case is far-reaching, maybe even one of the most popular cases in the world right now. I want to put up this live vantage point that we have of the White House. Just for this, Nima, we know that President Trump has also talked about this. He appeared at Charlie Kirk's public memorial service that was hosted in Phoenix, Arizona as well, and made several remarks. But right after Robinson was arrested, President Trump said, with a high degree of certainty, we have him. And he said, I hope he gets the death penalty. When it comes to this case and the discussion about the right to a fair trial and certain extra statements that have been made that you just said as part 3 of this, how does the president even fit into this? Could this gag order extend all the way up the channel to the highest office in the land?
Potentially, yes. I mean, we saw it in the Luigi Mangione case where the judge in that case told Attorney General Pam Bondi to stop talking about the case because it may prejudice the potential jurors. So obviously, we know that Charlie Kirk was such a public figure. The images and the videos of his murder were broadcast and on social media. We've all seen it. Obviously, the most powerful man in the world is talking about this murder trial. So the judge needs to balance the public interest and the media interest in this case with Tyler Robinson's right to a fair trial, because let's not forget, I mean, the state is trying to put him to death. And in a death penalty case, there are mandatory state and federal appeals. So you don't want to get this wrong and have an appellate judge say, you know what, he didn't get a right to a free trial. I'm going to overturn his death sentence or even overturn his convictions. Now, I'm a big believer in transparency. And I think there are a lot of conspiracy theories out there. People think that someone else killed Charlie Kirk, maybe even a foreign government killed him. And I think having those open proceedings are important, not just for media outlets and talking heads like myself, but so members of the public, they actually see the evidence against Tyler Robinson and they can make their own determination. So today's ruling obviously isn't going to turn on guilt or innocence, but it's going to have far-reaching implications for this case.
I agree.
I think it's interesting because you also brought up the Bill of Rights. You said the first 10 amendments there that are part of the U.S. Constitution, really the foundation of what we stand for in this country, are at play, with two major ones going against each other. Have you seen this in other cases, and how does this typically shape out? And with this decision that's made, because it's ultimately going to be on the judge, that has to be a lot to bear to be able to interpret the law to that degree.
There is. I think when you're weighing these two concerns, I think the judge can allow for cameras, can allow for some transparency, but limit it such that Tyler Robinson's rights are protected. So, for instance, I would expect we may get an order along the following lines. You can broadcast the proceedings, but there will be one camera. That camera can never face the jurors in the case. It can only face the lawyers, the defendant, and any witness. In addition, there can be no photographs of Tyler Robinson traveling to or from court in shackles, in prison garb. That is too prejudicial. That presents a security risk. I mean, we saw the videos of armored trucks bringing Tyler Robinson to court. That's how big of a case this is in terms of the potential death penalty, but also the potential security risk. We're having a whole hearing right now where the court is closed to discuss these very important issues. So I think closing the proceedings completely, not allowing access, I do think that is a potential First Amendment problem. I would expect the interveners, those are folks trying to step into the case, those media outlets, to appeal any ruling that denies them access, because again, this is such an important case and so many people are watching, and the media does have a right to be present and to broadcast the proceedings, in my opinion.
And Nima, I want to put this up on the screen. We were talking about this behind the scenes as well, but Matt Finn, who's there at the courthouse, talked about the intense security that you just mentioned there as he's scheduled to make that appearance. And there's zip tying doors, I mean, roadblocks, massive police presence. Have you seen this in any other high profile case? I mean, obviously right now we're also seeing pretrial hearings in the Mangione case, but is this similar to what you're seeing there? I've never heard of zip tying doors, but that might be because I'm just not in and out of a courtroom all day.
I have not seen this, Christina, and this is extraordinarily rare. And I think they believe that there is a significant security risk here, either a threat to Tyler Robinson's life, because Charlie Kirk was beloved by many people in the United States. And I wouldn't be surprised if law enforcement thought that there's a significant risk to Tyler Robinson by someone that is a Charlie Kirk supporter. Obviously, you know, there are some folks on the other side that probably weren't fans of Charlie Kirk. Certainly that's no excuse for political violence, but maybe there's a concern that someone will try to actually intervene and free Tyler Robinson and try to, intercept him. Again, this is a very unique case given the nature of the victim and the fact that so many people are watching. I think law enforcement, they just want to be extra careful in a case like this. That's why you're having a whole discussion right now about security in the courtroom, which you don't typically have, because frankly, this just isn't a typical case.
All right, and Nima, I also want to put this one on the screen. You also touched on this as one of the major issues, talking about who is allowed in the courtroom, not just the media, but even family members. Matt Finn, who's there right now, says that Tyler Robinson's family will not be allowed to stay for the closed portion of the hearing.
Really?
They're in Provo. And again, we heard that from the judge's mouth himself. He said, no, they will not be allowed to stay in. They will be able to come back in when the media enters back in. Is this also a common thing that's an occurrence?
It's not common, but again, not a common case. Now, obviously, family members do have rights and they have the right to be present. But because we're talking about security issues, the judge says no members of the public, doesn't matter who it is, they can't be present. Obviously, Tyler Robinson, he's a defendant. He has the right to be present. His lawyers have the right to be present. They're not going to have those proceedings without those individuals present. But even someone like Erica Kirk, if she was in court today, she would probably be excluded from that courtroom, even though she is the victim's wife, the widow in this case. So the fact that everyone's excluded for this part, not surprising. Obviously, the courtroom will be open very soon, and the judge is going to address all the other issues, the First Amendment issues, the cameras, the gag order, all that with everyone present, including Tyler Robinson's family members.
It won't be something that we want to miss here on Live
Good
Now.
morning,
from Fox. And
Gerald.
I do want to point out that Erica Kirk has also called for full transparency, saying that we deserve to have cameras in there. And so as soon as our cameras are allowed back into the courtroom, we'll make sure to take folks out to it here on Live Now from Fox. Nima, lastly, before I let you go, anything else that we should be looking at in the next few hours? You've covered this pretty extensively. I feel like we have a good idea of where this case is headed.
I think that's it. Obviously, we're not going to know what happens with the security. That's going to be handled in that sealed proceeding. But the big questions I think everyone's going to want to know, and it appears that the judge is going to rule from the bench today. Is he going to allow the cameras in the courtroom?
I agree, Dave.
Are there going to be limitations? I do think there will be some limitations, even if they're allowed. And what sort of gag order is the judge going to impose in this case? Could it extend to someone like Erica Kirk? Obviously, she's been very vocal about her husband's death. Will the judge ban her?
Didn't the judge rule that there was not going to be a gag order? No. He ruled that there will be cameras allowed in the courtroom. Okay.
From talking about the case, because again, it could potentially affect the potential jurors in this case. And obviously the president of the United States, what is going to happen to him? Is the judge going to try to impose some gag order? I don't think he will. And frankly, even if he did, we've seen how the president has handled gag orders in his own cases. He hasn't
Supposedly that statement was retracted, so I'm not sure.
really been abiding by them necessarily, but I think the president's going to stay out of this. I think there may be some gag order limiting what the lawyers and the parties can say. I think the judge is going to leave it at that. That's my guess, but we're going to see how he rules today.
All we can do now at this point is wait and see. And so we appreciate Nima Rahmani, legal analyst, for joining us here on Live Now to break down all the latest. Thanks so much, Nima.
Okay. Let me stop this.
Supreme Court has delivered a monumental victory.
Let me get to you guys' comments. I was gonna look at another video, but I'm approaching my hour. Here, let me throw a link in the chat in case you guys want to come up, but you can't just come up if you're not on camera. Okay, let me get to your comments. Hopefully Tyler gets great. Her husband. Do you guys believe that I can tell when I'm tired? Tyler's innocent or guilty. I don't know if y'all follow Candace Owens, but she's throwing a lot of conspiracies out there. And I'm hearing a lot of things about Erica Kirk, and I don't know, you guys. I don't know. She didn't have her husband unalive. Conspiracies are nuts. I agree with you. We really don't care. Well, a lot of us do care. It's irrelevant. He's in court. I agree. What's a conspiracy about it? There's proof, literally. I agree that there's proof. I don't like conspiracies. I feel like it's a slam dunk case, but everybody's entitled to due process. Candace is right. Honey Rose, you say that she's right. She could be, but I don't know. The only thing I don't like about the Candace situation is how she's coming after Erica because she's already mourning her husband's death. That's the only thing I don't like. And I've liked Candace. Even after she turned on Donald Trump, I liked her. Candace has run off the rails on more than one subject. I think she got replaced by aliens. Ooh, mercy. Yeah, that's interesting. She most definitely is right. Some of y'all saying that, Chef, good morning. Erica is a scumbag. How are you guys, Chef? Whew. Now, how are you guys saying that she's a scumbag? Let me see if I can find something really quickly. You can see the demonic look in her eyes. So you guys don't like Erica? I warned you about Candace Owens. Candace Owens was a strong follower for Donald Trump. Donald Trump lost Candace. He lost Marjorie Taylor Greene, which I find very weird. Not so weird about Candace, but Marjorie, I'm pretty weirded out by that. But hey, she says she's not running for Congress. Whatever. Another stream for another day. She couldn't care less. Erica is in Israel. Okay, so do you guys feel that Tyler is guilty? Put a 1 in the chat if you guys think that Tyler is guilty. I have no idea. Where's my... Let me get off camera for a second. Wait. Oh, I should have known. Okay, I'm gonna bring you up. 1. Hey. Oh wait, where'd I go? Shoot. I accidentally knocked myself off. I was trying to switch us because I usually. There we go. You know that's my side. What's good? Happy birthday.
Good. Well, thank you very much. You're my first happy birthday.
Awesome. Yay. So, do you feel that Tyler is guilty? 1.
I really don't know yet because I haven't really seen any like tangible evidence present on him. Like they still haven't found they have found a bullet in Charlie Kirk or something that can match to the rifle that was fired. Did they actually have the gunpowder? Do they have his prints on the gun, or why was he on the roof? I personally believe that this was more orchestrated than just him, just a random person just deciding they're mad at Charlie Kirk and they're just going to shoot
you got
him.
people wishing you a happy birthday in the chat.
Oh, thank you guys. Appreciate y'all, chat.
His birthday today, y'all. And he's hanging out with MU. I'm so honored.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No place I would rather be than here with her.
Thank you.
Yes, I think that it's bigger than just him. I think this was orchestrated. Somebody was putting some money behind this. Like, I believe it's too arranged, because my thing is this. When I watched the video of him jumping off of the roof, I didn't see him with the firearms. And some people say he had it in his pants leg, but I was like, how is he going to jump off the roof with it? Then the kind of rifle that they had, he would have to break it down, like with a wrench or something to really break that gun down. That takes about probably 20 to 30 minutes to break the gun down. So I'm just like, it's too much to say it was just him, but I do believe he's probably a part of it. I just think it's more
birthday
people.
wishes. I see you guys. Thank you. Shout out to you guys. I have trouble because a lot of people wanted to blame Donald Trump and MAGA, and clearly the guy is not MAGA or part of the Republican Party. His parents were. This guy allegedly is part of the LGBTQIA community, and as far as I'm concerned, very liberal. Didn't we see this happen? So I see Bush baby and other people trolling me saying that isn't he entitled to due process? He's entitled to due process, but I feel this is going to be a hard case to beat.
Yes, it's going to be a hard case to beat because of the public. It's a public figure. They have his text messages, and there's also probably going to be testimony from other witnesses that he actually texted and sent the messages to his roommate / to be boyfriend, girlfriend, or whatever. The messages that he sent there, the messages that he put in the chat that he sent to other people. And in one of the messages, he allegedly says yes, it was him and he did it.
Yeah, I gotta find them. I can find them real quick. Oh, Bush Baby said, "Happy birthday, Carsino. Mine's is coming up
Oh,
soon. Thank you, Honey
that's
Rose. I
right.
saw your happy birthday."
Sagittarius
You
group.
gotta be trolling Bush Baby. I'm kind of upset with Bush Baby right now, but I'm gonna shut up so you can respond to her. Bush Baby, I see you, fool.
Yeah, so there's a message where he actually
Happy early
admits
birthday.
to doing it. So
Yeah,
yeah.
but some people, now again, I'm not a conspiracist, was saying that the messages were AI or fabricated. I think Candace was one that said that there is no accurate dates on the messages. I just have trouble with all this because there was so much evidence found, and a lot of it supposedly, allegedly was confirmed. And now she's trying to spin this as if I feel that Candace, now I can't say for sure, is trying to place some of the blame on Erica. I don't know, but I can't say that she's saying that. But some of y'all
Candace
are trying to
is-
place some of the blame on Erica, and I'm not going. That woman loved her husband.
Here's the thing. That's the most soap opera thing I've ever seen, but that is what Candace does. A lot of people is just now learning about Candace Owens.
Yeah, I don't like that. Mm-mm.
And this is why I don't like Candace Owens, because to me, she's fake. And when you're fake, you do stuff like this. This is why she, plays the momentum going back and forth. She was a stark Democrat that became a Republican after this big thing on college where she had this event and she pretty much was ostracized, and then she had this revelation that she should go over to the right side, and then she started going with the right, and that became her new angle. And she's black and she's going with the right, so look, she's black, so that we can't be foul or racist or anything else. During the Black Lives Matter movement, during all of these social events that was going on, she came up and to rise off of going and combating the waves. Now she's trying to pivot on back to go against, because there's no room for her over there to agree with Trump. It's like, okay, all right, you agree with Trump, you're already there. She needs a new angle now. So now it's conspiracy. Conspiracy's been her thing since the Kamala Harris, the whole thing with the investigation, and she did a good job with that, with the going through Kamala Harris's past. And I could never vote for anybody who would lie about their own heritage.
Thank
I'm
you.
like,
You did a great job. Shout out to Candace on that.
yes.
Yeah, she's facing a lawsuit. Well, I'll talk about Candace another day. There's a lot with Candace, and she was getting sued by, I'm not going to go into the story, but if you know, you know, let's just say royalty, some very higher up people, because of the half-truths that she spreads, especially if you guys know the story when she accused that lady of being a man. Candace, sometimes you go too far. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, she does. She plays those angles. And, it's okay if you want to go what if, but when you try to accuse somebody's wife who has to raise 2 children on her own, 2 small children, without her husband, who just died in a violent manner, that's on the internet, that they got to grow up and see, and know, the young daughter, she couldn't even understand why her father is not even around. And she has to be the father and mother to those children forever. See, people forget that part of it. It's not just her trauma, it's the trauma she's got to be brave for her children. And Erica Kirk has got to do that. And I don't understand. I don't understand how people even go after her, and like the wife and all that, saying she's phony. She don't miss him enough. She wants to sleep with the vice president. They got an affair going on, and they want to get Charlie out the way. I'm like, where are you getting all this? I'm like,
very hurtful. Imagine grieving. And some people, how can you guys look at a woman on a screen and say that she's not grieving? This lady you want to know the hardest part when you're grieving are those silent moments. She has to be able to conduct an interview. No one wants to, and I have no issue with Erica, But imagine watching someone crying and slobbering through an interview when you're trying to hear what she's saying. She's used to speaking in public. She's got to hold it together. And just like Sino said, like you have to. She has children that's watching her that she has to be strong for, and everybody grieves differently. This woman is grieving for her husband. Candace criticized Erica for what I believe was posted on Instagram with Kirk's unalive body, and she was holding him and like touching him during the service. I thought that was very distasteful because if my loved one passed away, I want to touch him too and say goodbye. Maybe not publicly in front of y'all because I know what the internet gives. But Erica is grieving. I thought she did beautiful speaking and holding her composure during the service, but people are evil and they're going to say evil things.
And that's just how this world is, unfortunately.
Like Bush Baby saying that no sympathy is given. Bush Baby, cold. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I was like, man, even for Charlie Kirk, even if you didn't agree with him, you know, he didn't deserve to die that way. No one deserves to die that way. So even if, you know, your humanity, you shouldn't be celebrating someone losing their life or someone else going through grief. No matter what group you're in, no matter what saying, oh, he's evil, he did this, he deserved it, and this is karma and all that. You bring that stuff back on you. And they say that even in the Bible, if God said if you celebrate somebody's dying, it's going to come back worse on you.
I agree with that. Now, the person that's saying that she had knowledge of his assassination, what proof do you have, Clay Cousin, talking to you? What proof do you have? Y'all can put your comments in the chat. I'll try to get your comments, but there is no proof of that. Why are you guys saying that? I feel, what's your name? Clay? I feel that saying that you also believe that it has something to do with Donald Trump or MAGA. I'm definitely celebrating. I see everything clearly. It's a sad day in America where we celebrate a person being gunned down in public for speaking because we'll have to say that about he's now a political martyr. Whether you guys like it or not, he is now a political martyr. He died for a cause. So all you did was make him his movement, Turning Point of America, bigger. You made him larger, and you definitely gave Erica more of a voice. And if you didn't like Charlie Kirk, I'm not a fan of his I don't know what to call Nick Fuentes. He's even more right wing. He's very outrageous. People are gonna say things that's gonna hurt your feelings. It doesn't mean you take their life in public. Anybody could have got harmed doing that. It was at a campus full of young people, and no one deserves that, whether you like the guy or not.
That is true. And I agree with that 100%. And the thing is that she had to come out and talk because
I got to correct this. I'm clearly not celebrating. I apologize, Bush Baby. I thought you said celebrating. I'm not being biased. I misread it because I misread it. My apologies. Okay.
Okay.
Probably be the only apology you get tonight, but I will apologize for that.
No, it's just that the thing about it is that when she first made her speech, like pretty much within 24 hours, and what people don't realize is that the company that they have, like Turning Point, is really them. You know, they built Turning Point. They're the ones who created the idea of using church and educating the young churchgoers about politics and conservatism and following the Lord and letting them guide. So Turning Point that's their company. And when he died, she felt a responsibility to let the Turning Point followers and the people know who probably lost. They're like, where are we going to be now? Without Charlie, what's Turning Point going to be? People were in shambles. So she was trying to console everyone and keep everyone, together, even just by saying a few words, and knowing how hard that is to do when you just lost your husband in just less than 24 hours ago. And a lot of people don't know Charlie Kirk's family lives 2 blocks from me. He went to
Really?
Wheeling.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, he went to Wheeling High School. He went to, I believe, Hershey College, like out here in this area. So Charlie Kirk had a bunch of memorials out here in Buffalo Grove. They did a lot of things for him out here. So he was never really liked the way he was when you saw him. Like, he changed a lot from when he went to school here and everything else. But his sister, like, it's not his, I don't think that's his sister. I think it's his auntie or his cousins or whatever. They live up the block, and they were, you know, of course they were devastated. But the people, the media, they didn't even want anything to do with the media. People calling their house, like TMZ, everybody's trying to, they don't even know how they knew him or located him. But it's just difficult because it's people that lost somebody they cared about in a very violent way, shown across the world on the internet and on the news. It's everywhere. So they got to constantly be reminded of it. So it's not one family it's many families that knew him that felt that pain. And if you love your family, you wouldn't want that on your family. You wouldn't want anybody to do anything like that to someone you love. You would want the same respect. Bless you.
Thank you.
Yeah. And you would want the same proper etiquette for yourself. Do you know when countries back in like the 1800s, 1600s, they all would go to war? There was a ceasefire. Even now, there's a ceasefire so they could bury their dead, have their ceremonies. Then they resume the war back 7 days later or 6 days later. This is how it used to always go in war, so that they would have a respect for you to bury the people that got lost. This always took place. So where did it become okay for us to be disrespectful to people that lose their lives?
Exactly. Now, no, he was not a politician, but he's still political. He's still a martyr. He was a right-wing political. What did I tell you guys? Activist, and he did commentaries, and you guys know he debated, and he was going to colleges to talk to young voters about, you know, some of the misconceptions about the Republican Party and right-wing ideologies, kind of telling them the truth about Republicans, which I did like. Go ahead, Casano. I just saw the question in chat.
Oh, no. That was right. Somebody said or something like never lived in the rack. Oh, yeah, you definitely is not from Chicago. We definitely don't call Chicago Chirac. I mean, that's from people outside of the city with who's never been here. The place that you call Chirac, you guys say Inglewood a lot. So a lot of bad areas that's there. There's a lot of places in Inglewood there's no crime going on at all. It's just that they have a couple of blocks that are just in an area where that's fully gang related and activities happen over in these sections, and they're at war with other gangs. It's just like every other neighborhood, really, except for actually crime has been reduced. It's not a bunch of shootings anymore like it used to be. It's more police presence. And so crime has actually gone down like 25% in Chicago.
I'm sorry for your loss. Good to you. My condolences. Donald Trump has done an amazing job bringing down the crime in these major cities. And I know some people try to use fear and say, oh, he's trying to what's the word? What's the darn word? Y'all know what I'm saying. Trying to make these states like these cities like military like that.
Yeah.
That's the word I'm looking for. But I'm not gonna butcher the word trying to say it in front of y'all because I can't figure it out. But y'all know what I'm saying. Sometimes you have to bring in federal troops when you don't let people do their job, right? And he has the right to do that.
Yeah, I just don't think Chicago was at the state where he needed to do it. The time to do it was about 2 years ago if he was going to do it.
Better late than never.
At
But go
the
ahead.
time, yeah, but at the time he's talking about bringing it, it's like, why are you bringing it now? Chicago is like probably the third or fourth in the like most dangerous cities, but I'm like, everything was down. Like crime was down, robberies down, all of this stuff was going down. So I'm like, everything's going down. So everything was getting better and things were working. Now you're going to entice, you start talking about we're going to bring in tanks and we're going to bring in like martial law to city, put curfews. And I was like, we're going to be a city under siege. It's going to be, you're going to
Something has to
entice.
be done. So no, something has to be done.
If crime and the numbers were showing all the crime and stuff was going down.
Not fast
That
enough.
means-
Not for the residents there. We see what he's done in DC. There was no reason for the Capitol to be that unsafe. I'm going to the Capitol soon, and I don't want to fear for my life. Honey Rose, I have a question for you. So Trump having to address the gender thing was weird to watch. Which gender thing? Saying that there should be no men in women's sports? Is that the gender thing, or are you talking about men are men and women are women? I'm not sure. I just want to understand your comment. But I could see. I'm not asking him where he lives. Why are y'all asking that question? I could see your point, but he only has a certain amount of time in office, so he can't wait forever to make these things happen.
Well, the thing is that why did he choose to make it happen and then he didn't choose the most dangerous states? Why would he start with Washington?
You do realize that the mayors, number one, why not when that's where you're residing, and the mayor of these cities have blocked it. And contrary to popular belief, some people give the president so much credit, like, oh, you can do this, you can do that. There's still Congress. He's been blocked in certain places that he's wanted to go, because the federal law doesn't just trump over the state. There's still a process. And if you're blocking him and you're fighting along the way, then it's going to take a little bit longer. And we know what the mayor of Detroit has tried to do, and Chicago. So it's not like he could just enter at certain times. So you got to do what you got to do. And if y'all crime rate's high in certain cities, then if the police can't handle it, let Donald Trump bring in the federal troops or whatever.
Well, Memphis, Tennessee is the murder, like it was the number one most dangerous place. He didn't start there. And that was like very weird that he chose Democratic city in order to do it.
But
he started with DC, then he starts Chicago. It's like DC and Chicago. What would make you start off with DC, then you start targeting Chicago when you have two Republican cities that are murder capitals and crime is up way more than Chicago and DC?
Where he started, though, what is your issue?
It's targeted. That's the issue. My issue is that it's more political than it is beneficial. And that's where I have a problem with. Why wouldn't you start with where the need is the most? What make you go to DC and then Chicago? Two most democratic places in the United States of America. You want to go there first, then go to Memphis, Tennessee, and there's a city in Mississippi that are the two most dangerous, but they Republican ran. So they're okay. I just think it's targeted and it doesn't make sense. If you're talking about we got to clean up and the crime needs to be stopped, the crime should be stopped over there, right? Why aren't you sending the tanks there first?
Donald said about Republican City. You guys are saying what I don't know what I'm talking about. Which part don't I know what I'm talking about? I spoke nothing but facts. They're asking you a question. What Republican city? I kind of think he answered that.
Memphis, Tennessee is a Republican. They have a Republican up there, if I'm not mistaken. Now the city in Mississippi, I can't remember the city, but yeah, it's like a murder capital, like one of the most dangerous cities is in Mississippi.
So a lot of we just need the crime rate to go down. A lot of that's going to happen as he continues to tighten the borders, protect our borders, and a lot of that is, and really vet the people that's coming over.
Well, it's like a lot of the crime is not being committed by the foreigners. It's only certain groups that are coming with the illegals that's coming over. The crime is being committed by actual people that live here. So it's like those are the majority of the criminals.
But you can't really say that, because if it's illegal to enter the country illegally, then you can't say they're not committing crimes when they committed a crime from the way they came.
But you got to understand, they were already allowed here. So they're already here. So you can't say, well, they're illegal now when they were already allowed to come over here.
A lot of them were not allowed. They were not allowed, which is why
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying about. There's some that were there's always going to be some that's coming in the country, right? But there were some that were allowed to come into the country, that they allowed to come over here from Venezuela. A lot of that was one of the blame places, even Jamaica. Some from Jamaica was escaping the rule from this, and most of them went through other patterns. Honduras, Mexico, they're coming from different areas, and most of it is a power regime that took place. A big fight happened in Jamaica, and people were wiped out, and people left. Venezuela, big drug war that went over there, gang war. It was crazy. My friend visited Venezuela, and he had to keep money on him because he's gonna get robbed. And if he doesn't have any money on him, it would be worse for him. So he makes sure he has a little money on him, just so when he gets robbed, he has something to give the robbers. I was just like, oh, I couldn't live like that. He's like, oh yeah, it's just like paying a toll. You have to do it, or if you have nothing on you, oh, they'll beat you almost till you have no life. So I was like, oh my God. So you have a lot of them that came over here that was allowed over, and that's mostly because of the left. When the Biden administration was in charge, and all of these people are talking about it here in Chicago, which is a Democratic state, Democratic city is Chicago. It's never going to be red, but it's starting to have some pull from the direction of them putting all these illegal immigrants who they allowed to come over and start putting them in the communities of the blacks. They were furious because you wouldn't help them. They're Americans and you don't give them any benefits, but yet you want to give it all to the immigrants. So this is where the big war has been in the city of Chicago, because they have been fighting to get the immigrants out of their community. They closed the schools down in their areas, and then they used the abandoned schools to try to house the immigrants and let them and say, okay, you closed the school down, said there's no school here, you overcrowd the students in other schools, and we can't pay the teachers. There's no money for that, but yet we got money to give to the immigrants. They got tents laid out in parks. And then the parents is like, I can't let my kids go to the park. You have all these illegal immigrants in the park with tents. Mm-hmm. And you don't even give that to your homeless. The homeless out there, people ex-military that fought in wars. Now they're homeless. You won't give them a tent. But now they got tent, heat, canned goods. They got they had some laying in the police department. Just laying stretched out. Why? Because if the blacks are talking about not voting and voting red and not voting blue, they will bring in some people to replace you to vote for them. They're not going to lose Illinois and have it go red. These people that they brought in illegal will be legal by the time the next election.
You do realize that.
Who do you think they're going to vote for?
The majority of all of the swing states and the states that primarily vote blue voted red, because we're not buying this unprotected border crap. We're not buying this, just let anybody in and let anybody stay. And even though people want to be all politically correct and would get out here and say, oh yeah, we support you, they didn't vote that way, and the numbers didn't lie. So we obviously feel threatened by people just entering the country. When you look at other countries, especially other countries that are just as powerful as the United States, they have protected borders. They have a lot of pride in their country, and you can't just enter those countries. So just by saying, oh, you know what, they're not committing.
Okay, you were freezing for a little bit on my
Was
end.
I don't know what's wrong. My internet does that to me. I don't know if it wants me to shut up or I don't know, but whatever. Like, I don't know. Shoot.
Yeah.
Bush Baby is clowning in his chat, and I just want to. Oh, I got. Bush
He
Baby.
said red, blue, it doesn't matter. Oh, it's not about it doesn't matter. It matters about the candidate, like what they believe in, what their values in. See, we got to look at the legislative branch. You got to understand, you got to find out who the aldermen is in your wards, who are actually doing things for your community. The president of the United States is just one part of it, and you focus on that, but you need to be more involved in your community and making sure that those aldermen, that people that are running for office, they are doing what needs to be done. See, I was very fortunate to see it in progress. When you see those block clubs, you ever see a block party and they have like a block club, those people are all united, and you see how their yards all look nice. They have a lot of things get done for them. And I was wondering, like, well, why they get their alleys are paved, everything, because see, they have to allocate, the state has to allocate money to refurbish those communities, the urban communities. Now, if you don't stand on the alderman and make sure he does what he's supposed to do with that money, the money gets reallocated. That's why when you ignore the Census Bureau and don't even fill it out, that is supposed to go and basically dedicate money back into your community. So they basically say, well, we don't know if these people are living there or not because they haven't filled out the Census Bureau. So they don't consider you, or they don't even put you down, even though you have an ID and all these things. If you don't fill out that census report, the census report will say, well, it's not enough people in this section for that because they didn't fill out the census. So we're not going to allocate the money and funds into this community for recreational projects and things. So that money gets reallocated, and where it goes, no one knows. There's programs, there's benefits for you to get education. I have worked with a lot of universities to try to help people get free college. Did you know that there's free college for people? There's programs that they don't really tell you about, but you need to know that they're out there for you. All these things get reallocated out of your community, and they go other places because they say, well, no one cared, no one checked. So instead of getting into a red and blue fight, you need to know who's your alderman, who's running in your ward, who is representing your community. Find out what they are about and what are they willing to do for your community that you have in front of you. Everybody that's on your block and everybody who's arguing about Trump and the president and who it is, but your sidewalk is cracked, and everything's in your neighborhood is destroyed. What are you willing to do in your community to hold your alderman who you vote for in your ward responsible? Were you going too high up the chain? You got to start thinking right in front of you.
You make great sense. I agree with
No,
you on a lot of the stuff that you said. A lot, not all, but a lot, which is something because usually, I don't know if you see my other streams, but
Yes, I do. I've seen your other streams, and you have a whole group in there. You be going in.
but I'm calm today. I'm feeling good. I'm calm. You calm me. Am I saying it? Calm me.
Okay.
I have a question for you. Now, y'all, I tread lightly when it comes to race. I don't really deal with it for obvious reasons because I get a lot of hate for being a Black conservative. Just call out the elephant in the room. Brian says, I'm going to give this to you. The irony that's, oh, it looks like it's addressed to you. The irony that so many Black men will back a party that is backed and supported fully by white supremacists. White supremacists aren't Democrats. Isn't that kind of funny? Now, I'm going to go on to say that you're also support, not you, but it's interesting that people forget the history of the Democratic Party. It was the Republicans that fought for our civil rights and that fought for us to be free. And some people like to just, oh, you know, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. The Democratic Party, yeah, they're for Black people. I'm not here to convince you guys to be Republican or Democrat. I don't think I even said if I was Republican or Democrat. But I am going to say that it's interesting that you guys some people like to call Donald Trump racist and praise the Democratic Party, and we forget their history. And they voted against every reparation bill that was passed.
And I think they get lost in the sauce here. Joe Biden was one of the most racist human beings on the planet. And on video.
I'm out. Nobody's race baiting.
No AI at all. That man.
Not race baiting.
Now, I'm going to tell you this, and this is actually true. If Donald Trump is a racist, this man has went above and beyond to do everything personally that I know for Blacks that no racist white man would ever do. No, he wouldn't. Donald Trump doesn't care if you're Black, orange, green, red, or purple. He cares if you got money. He cares if you can help him out in any way. And he don't care if you're Black or not, he will do business with you.
I'm going to disagree with you, but go ahead. I'm going to disagree with you.
Yeah. Oh no, Trump is not like that. If he could do business with you, he will. Donald Trump, do you not know that this man was the only human being who, when everybody talk about Nelson Mandela was freed. America hated him. They didn't even want him to come. He was coming to America and they didn't even welcome him. He wasn't even allowed to come to the White House. But you know how he got into this country? The United States would not even provide a plane for him when he wanted to come over to the country. They said, nope, no plane from us. Donald Trump offered his plane for 80 people to fly in Nelson Mandela into Detroit. He went to Detroit with the Detroit Pistons, my team, Isaiah Thomas, and the Detroit Pistons. That picture you could find on the internet anywhere. Nelson Mandela's first trip to the United States was to Detroit, flown in on Donald Trump's plane. He flew him in. Trump did so many things for Black people. You have no idea. Nobody else would ever do. He would do it. If it benefits him, he's cool. He was like, man, I will fly him in and I'm going to have my name, Trump, in there. And all the newspapers are going to be focused on it. That's all he cared about, really. But he did it. And he went against America to do it. The bodyguard that took care of him all those years and took care of his mother, he was Black. He took care of him. Trump took care of him and everything. He took care of Trump's mother. Now, his father was a stark racist. Yes, his father, the real estate man, he was a stark racist. Donald didn't grow up that way. He didn't. He actually worked with Don King, all the boxing fights, Mike Tyson, everything. He put those fights together. He built the place so they can come in and house the boxing events. They were mad Trump did that. They didn't want him to work with Don King. They were trying to force Don King out of the business. And Donald Trump I like Don King. So he kept working with Don King. Still all the way into the 2000s. That's how I met him. First time I ever met him, he was with Don King.
Wow.
Yep. So
I would love to meet. Shut up and let no. Be respectful to my guests. I love me some sense. I love my guests. We have very opposing points of views when it comes to something. But overall, I do believe that I believe that we have a lot of the same goals. We're just on different sides of the fence, and that's okay.
Yes, and I'm not a
I don't
Republican.
even use mods for this chat. Y'all haven't seen any mod in this chat.
Right. I am not a conservative. I'm not a conservative. I'm not a Democrat either. I'm an independent. I'm somebody who votes for the best person for the job. I just don't think Donald Trump is presidential. So I'm not a Trumpster. So
I
I'm not.
would like to say, I mean, have you guys figured out my political party? Like, I try to be very non-biased and keep a non-partisan chat, but I don't like the lies. I don't like the lies that people say about the Republican Party. I don't like the demonizing language because that's unsafe. Republicans have every right to speak about our traditional values. I just kind of gave it away right there. As the left, and using words like some of the words that they use against the right dehumanizes us. And so when people say things that are hateful, that are violent, people give it a pass, right? That's why people have come into my chat, talked against Charlie Kirk, saying that he deserved what he got, which is horrible. Nobody deserves that. And it's really important. Our language is powerful.
Yep.
Not a double because I'm a Republican, supposedly, you know. And you're not a double because you're Democrat. Now, I don't know if you're a liberal. It's harder for me to understand you, but it doesn't mean I won't listen.
And this is why people don't understand is that you have racist people on the Democrat, you have racist people on the Republican, you have racist people. If you're just a racist, you're just a racist. Most of it depends on how you was raised or what your environment was.
With Republicans, I didn't even say I was Republican, Saint, but I find that I didn't mean to cut you off, so let me stop with that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I was just answering them.
You know, part of me is like fiery, and I'd be ready to just.
No, it's just a hypocrisy because you probably the job you can work at right now, you probably know racist people where you work. Do you quit your job because they racist? No, you do your job long as you respect it. You can't control what's out there. You're not there to like change people's minds and tell them how they should live. You know, I'm just like, I just show love. I show respect to everybody, no matter what race, what color. I come with respect. So I normally get it. If other people are racist, like it's some people I say, oh, hey, hello, how you doing? And they just stuck in their ways because most of them who are feeling that way, that's because they never been around anybody from that race. So only thing they know about them is what they learned on television, the news, and whatever stereotype they ever heard about them. They start believing those things and ideals. It's all pent up with fears to keep people segregated away. Because when people are separated and segregated, you can control.
It would be nice to just call us Americans. I know that, like, when I go to other places, like you go to Puerto Rico, you are Puerto Rican. If you go to Mexico, you go to these other countries, they don't call you a black Mexican or black Chinese person, whatever. You go by the country. It would be nice to see America that way too, because once you become, you know, and adapt to America culture, right? I mean, it doesn't mean the beauty about America though is we have different cultures, right? We're a big melting pot. We should celebrate each other. I do wish that, because race was a made-up thing, really, to put people in classes and you know, dehumanize some people, whatever you want to say. Why can't we just be American?
Well, well, we've been asking for that for years, but it's just
right,
it's
Linda?
unfortunate that some people like this cast believe that because they're a certain color, they deserve certain rights and certain laws. And until they're willing to change the way they police, the employment, everything, then it's always going to be this back and forth within a fight for equality. You know, no one else is saying I want to be number one. People are fighting for equality. That's to be equal. And people are upset that people are fighting for equality. That's crazy. I'd be like, why are you upset that someone wants to be treated equal to another person? I'm like, I don't even understand that. And that's the problem we have here in this country, is that there are some people who are in power who wants it to remain the same. They don't want that. You have somebody who's black in the same area code, same everything, same job title, same description.
So I'll be right back. I gotta grab a sweater. I'll be right back.
Okay. They get paid almost $20,000 more than the other person just because of race. White women make more money than black women with the same education. Some black women had higher educations. And same job, same title, same city, same state. And it's going from every city. White gives you $10,000 to $20,000 more in pay. Why is that? So as long as you're having these divisions put in place, this is part of the problem. Not a fact? Look it up. Don't just say it's not a fact. Look it up. I already know it's a fact. White women and white men are paid more than black men and black women with the same education, same title, in the same states. The proof has already been done. It's already been out there. Yes. And even when it comes to crime, the court system, we're not judged the same. I know because I've seen it myself. A guy hit me. He's rich and white. He hit me with his car and kept going. His father has a lot of money. He hit my car. He was drunk driving. He hit my car, kept going. He dropped his license plate. That's how they were able to catch him. He had dropped his license plate and drove off. Total hit and run, right? See, when you're black or Hispanic, that's called hit and run. When you're white and you have money, it's called leaving the scene of a crime. That's a difference in the charges, and the verbiage is very different than a hit and run, which is exactly what that was. They went and got him at his house, brought him outside, took him to the station, and the police officer gave me a phone number and told me to call the number on the back. The police officer did that. They never even wanted to charge this guy. They said, look, we're going to write it up for you. We're going to send it, but talk to this guy first so it don't go to trial. They controlled the courts. So I learned then about how the law was different. If that was black and us, that's a hit and run. Because he was white and his dad had money, they had ran the town, the charge was leaving the scene of a crime. I said, he hit me with his car and took off and he left his license plate and everything. That's a hit and run, isn't it? That's like clear cut hit and run. Nope, leaving the scene of a crime, which is much lesser charge, where they give him basically supervision and it'll be off his record. They say, see, no, you're right. Yep. Yeah. So until we fix this system of caste, and it's not just in the United States, it's everywhere.
I'll drop the link, but you guys got to be on camera to come up. So I don't know how you feel about that, but I will drop the link. I don't take chances and drop the link. I'll drop a link, but I'll do the trolling thing because y'all be ready to curse MU out over her views now.
Yeah, it's, in India, it's caste. They're the same race. but they treat other people who born in certain areas like dirt.
Thank
And
you
it
for the super chat. I appreciate it. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Sam. Go ahead.
No.
Thank you. I needed. I was like freezing. My air is like at 70. I'm cold.
Yeah, they treat people like dirt in other areas. And they're the same race in India. They would look down on them. Like they actually would tell the kids in school, they couldn't even sit with the same kids in school. They have to sit in the back on the floor because they told them, and other kids can't touch them or they're going to get a disease. They make up these things. There's complete lies. And they're the same race of people. So it just shows you that it's a mental thing of caste based on financial or whatever, and they feel that they're different. And this happens even in China and Japan. It happens worldwide. It's a sickness. And a Black woman wrote a book about it that they made a movie off of. It's called Caste, Caste. And she studied and went around the world because the thing with Trayvon Martin happened, and she was writing her article. They wanted her to do the whole thing about it, and she just was like, I don't want to just do this whole Trayvon Martin thing and get myself back into it. Then her husband had a heart attack and died, and he was white. And she knew from what she had to deal with, you know, when she was choosing to date him, and they were like, why are you dating a white guy and you're not dating a Black person? And Black people were like coming down on her for doing that, you know. And so she went and experienced that herself. So she went around the world to research what she was discovering about this almost like a higher society of people's mind state of how they felt empowered over other people. So it wasn't like just race, because most of these people were the same race. So she's like, well, they're the same race. Why is this happening? Why do they feel that they're better than them? Like, what is going on? This is a sickness. And she broke it down, and I guarantee, like, I want everyone to at least look up that book and read the book. It's called Caste. And it is a very good book, and she really did her research.
You guys are saying you're having trouble. Thank you for the sub, Jetty. You sub to me. Thank you. I don't have any mods. I will drop this link as well. You guys sub to him. I will try to drop the link on my community wall. Give me a second. I'll go on mute while I do it.
Yeah, it's Isabel Wilkerson. It's Isabel Wilkerson. Yeah, she won the Pulitzer Prize for The Warmth of the Other Suns. So yes, she's a famed writer. Yes, they made a movie about it too. Very much so. Mostly they don't dislike the culture. They don't even know the culture. You see, people fear what they don't understand and hate things they can't conquer. That's how wars start. If I didn't know, I would feel like nervous if I was in a place with us, a whole bunch of Indian people, if I didn't have a friend that I would meet later in life who's Indian. He was our neighbor. And once you start learning like what they do, their customs, what they are, you know, all of the things that you built up go away.
I put it on the community wall, Jetty. I posted it because I don't know why you can't grab it from a vertical. I put it in the chat, but if you look at my community wall on my page, I also dropped the link there. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I was fortunate to meet a lot of different people in different races and different cultures. So I was able to see and learn from them, and that eliminates the fear. You know, the like, I don't know about them, and once you see them as people, you know, and in every race there's somebody that's messed up. There's no perfect race. There's a a-hole in every race. No, believe me, there's some people that are just completely messed up. And that's in every race. You'll be surprised. They got the same, everybody seemed to suffer from the same problems. And
I don't let people up. They can't come on camera. You gotta come on camera. Go ahead.
Yeah, people seem to suffer from the same problems and conditions as everyone else. They all want, better jobs, better education for their kids, safety for their kids and their family. Every family wants the same thing. So it's not like their goal is to dominate another family or something. No, they want more security. They worry about the future of their children. They want to get more money and be able to live more secure, vacation, take trips. Every family is like this that I've seen. They're about their family and their kids, make sure they go to school. It's never been something that is completely different. From Indian culture, I've learned their business models with them. What they would do, and I'm gonna tell you when you come back.
I'm listening, but I have somebody that's not on camera.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, hey, this Jetty in the chat. My bad.
Hi, Jetty. How are you?
Good. How are you guys? What's up, Cena?
I'm fine. Y'all know people get mad and they want to bomb your chat. They want to.
No, I ain't. He know me. I'm not gonna bomb you.
Okay, we good. Okay. You move my banner. I'm trusting you.
I got you. Cena know me. I'm gonna let him finish though.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
How do I move my banner? How do I move this thing? Keep talking. I'll figure it out. Sorry. There we go.
Oh, you can go ahead and start it off. Go ahead, kick it, Jetty.
Now, I agree with. First of all, let me start by saying that I'm not a hater in Trump or what he's doing or what he believes in or whatever. I'm not a part of a political party, but at the same time, what I think about it is I think there's a discrepancy on who we going at, right? So I'll use Venezuela for example. Y'all still hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So we took over the biggest tanker in the Caribbean, right? And then we kick a lot of people out. But when the Ukrainian war came in and we let in 90,000 Chinese into the American cities that they own in Montana, whatever, where did they go?
Oh, you're asking me?
I'm asking you guys.
Oh, I'll let you go. I'll let you take it.
So there's a discrepancy. Just like in Chicago, they say that the people came to Chicago, but they didn't. They went to the suburbs of Chicago where the ICE stays. They never came to the city of Chicago. I know because I stay in Cook County. I stay in the city of Chicago. There was the only National Guard that came when they were walking down West Loop, and that was maybe for 5 minutes. And other than that, they're not doing anything about the city. The only thing that's a discrepancy here is Mayor Brandon Johnson, who's a Democrat. Yeah. He sucks. He's trash. I hate when black people vote black people in. I hate that.
Well, yeah, it's not about voting black people in.
Try not to black people. Be respectful. Fool. What's wrong with you?
No. Let me reference this.
Okay.
Atlanta, right? One of the biggest DAs in Atlanta who's locking Young Thug up and all this other stuff. Come to find out, she was messing around with another lawyer and messed up the case for him to get out. Brandon Johnson.
That Fannie Willis. Yep. Shake that Fannie Willis. That's it.
Mayor Lightfoot did what? She used to be a part of Chicago. Now she went to California doing the same thing. Ask people in DC in the 80s about the dude that was sniffing coke and was right with him and got voted in 3 times after that. You know what his name is?
Yeah, we know the Lightfoots. I know the Lightfoots.
What's the mayor of DC back in the 80s during the crack era? They got
Marion Barry.
Marion Barry. What did he get caught with?
Well, he got caught using drugs. He got caught in a drug bust. He was sniffing coke, and they got him on film sniffing coke. Then he got his job back.
Hey, 3 times.
Yeah, they love Marion Barry in New York, man. That's
New York is New York. I feel is
That was DC, but still.
yeah, the DC, yeah, they didn't see nothing wrong with him like sniffing
No,
coke. They
he
like,
was
man,
he was walking around kissing babies and still sniffing it in a hotel room.
yep, and smoke crack, get your job
While
back.
DC was a murder capital at that time.
Man, that's what I'm saying. They love Barry. And the thing about it here is that the mayor in Chicago is he's a puppet. And I knew it when they voted him in that he was the wrong person for it. Now, me, I can't vote for mayor of Chicago anymore because I'm not in the city limits anymore. I'm not in Cook County. I'm in Lake. So now I can't even vote for him. But I knew what I told my family members. I'm like, y'all vote for him. Like, y'all doomed. This guy is a puppet. I was like, whoever got the control over him, I was like, good luck. Lightfoot was bad, but she tried to do something, and
Then she ran to California and did the same thing.
Lightfoot can't do anything because she didn't have the budget. I know her sister, I think it's her sister, Costanza Lightfoot. She's married to like her and my mom friends, and she's married to another person that's in the Lightfoot family too. So I mean, they're just like, Jesus Christ. I was like, what? I mean, in the Democratic Party. So Lightfoot.
And I don't want to discourage blacks for voting black, but it's the same thing that they're saying now about the votes that a lot of people don't know. A lot of the votes that I'm gonna say allegedly, because I don't know this, that Trump got was from foreigners. And then turned around. I mean, every president always gets a vote from non-white. Let's say Joe Biden got the black vote, right? Everybody's done it from Nixon to anybody has always got somebody else's vote because even though white is predominant, you don't win congressionally if you don't get votes from other people that are not from here, which is the minority vote. So how do you get the minority vote? You go and parade around like you give a care about them, right? And that's just politics. That's just how it goes.
Well, it's more than just that. It's more about the trust. The people have to see something or feel like you're doing something that's beneficial to them. And if they can prove that one person, if you're not doing anything beneficial, you have to prove that the other person isn't doing something beneficial. And that's something that Trump was very good at, is pulling the illusion that the other side isn't doing anything. And it covered for him not having to do anything. Like, what was his plan? This man ran for office and had no plan whatsoever. It was like, well, what is your goal? You keep telling us what they're doing in their administration, but what is your plan? He has not had a health care plan until 4 years, and now we got the big, beautiful bill. Like, no health care plan. No, what's your plan towards education? What is your plan towards the economy? So now the economy plan is starting to come in with this, we're going to get the automobiles, we're going to tariff everybody. So that's his economy plan, which is toxic, because now what you're going to do is, okay, let's say you tariff those people. You're creating a toxic environment for people wanting to work with you. That's like if you go and extort some people for some money, right? You think they're going to like you? Those people are not going to like you.
I got to agree with that. And I'll give you an analogy that's probably gonna be controversial. What I'm about to say. I think Obama was a good president for people, but a terrible president for economy. I think Trump is a great businessman that handles economy, but terrible with people.
I will challenge that.
Okay.
Because Barack actually did turn the economy around. Do you know no president in the history of this country, when he took over the White House, America was at the worst state it has ever been.
He also turned down reparations that blacks did not deserve it because of our behavior, etc. As he went on to give money to an already wealthy community. I'm not even going to call that community out. If you know, you know. All I'm saying. I feel. Let me read something that you guys may have missed from. I'm just meeting Courtney. Don't know anything about Courtney. Courtney says, "Don't vote black just because of some color. Look at actual politics. If I was trying to destroy the black community, I would put a black person in office that hates y'all, and you guys would vote for them ASAP." I feel that it's problematic to vote for anyone just solely based on the color of their skin, because you really don't know where that person came from or their agenda.
That's true.
That's deep. And then I wasn't even going to use Obama. I think the best president is the presidents are dead. I think Kennedy was about to be the best president that ever was, but he got assassinated, so we never would know.
The thing is, it's hard because they have their age. They had things that they were going through, like being a president during a war where when the Russians were talking about like the nuclear war. When you're dealing with that, when it's like, oh, we got to beat them to the arms race, and to be the president when it was like, well, they finished the nuclear bomb before we did. Now they could use it on us. Being a president during those major wars, those would be the best presidents in the history, because you got to keep a whole nation of people calm and not scared. There was kids hiding under desks because they thought Russia was just going to use the bomb.
But let me ask you a question. Do you pull when we got bombed in Pearl Harbor? Are you the president that stands up and says we're going to drop that bomb in Hiroshima and Nagasaki to end the war? I thought that was one of the best presidents, because he ended the war instead of what the soldiers are dealing with now, going through 30-year wars. He ended it right then and there.
Well, yeah, we were going to strike back immediately after that. And I lived right by Pearl Harbor. So it's right across the street from the actual football stadium, actually.
Right.
I was at the Arizona Memorial, and you can still see the ships. It's still leaking oil to this day. And the water is so light, you can still see the top of the ship. And they took you on a boat and go out there. And then they had like one of the survivors who was still talking to all of us. And it was only probably 4 or 5 of them alive that remember. And you still see you see the letter the guy had wrote before the ships came in. And it was they have the actual footage of what happened from that day.
And I respect you for that. I respect Miss on the line and see it meant something to be a part of the American military at those times. Bombing ships in the Caribbean and pulling these war games now doesn't mean anything. Back in the day, we didn't we did our thing, but you got grandfathers that went to Vietnam. You had grandfathers that fought for something that like World War One. Venezuela is nobody. Drug ships are still gonna come in. Do people know that drugs still get mailed? It don't have to be on a boat. It's we're not proving anything, but I get it, I get like the whole thing, but we're the biggest consumers in the world of drugs, and it's still gonna come through the border. The cartel is still running around. So what do you like? I want to ask you guys, what do you get by bombing boats in the Caribbean? Is that a show of power, or is that actually gonna make a difference?
Show of force. That was a show of force.
I think
What they would call collateral damage. But go ahead.
In the chat, can y'all stop with the Jews? I'm not trying to lose my channel because some of y'all got issues with the word Jew. Y'all know YouTube. You can't put all that stuff in the chat.
Hey, chat, chill. We having a good conversation. Y'all chill on the. Some of y'all cool. Stop with the Jews stuff. We just having a real good conversation, man. Chill
I don't want
with
to ban
that.
you guys. Thank you. I don't want to ban you guys, but you chill with the Jews. I get it. I got it the first time. I'm sorry, you guys. Bonnie, I agree on this one with the show of force, but you know what?
Well, yeah, it was a show of force. It was to show to people like, hey, we're protecting the borders. We're stopping these guys. These guys were terrorists. These dudes were trying to come in the country and do some things. We still don't have the information on all of that.
Hang
There was
tight,
some
you guys.
people
Hang
from-
tight. Hang tight real quick. Let me
It
find
was
my
some
banner.
Trinidadians, and they weren't all Venezuelans. There was some people from Trinidad in there.
I agree,
There was-
Sino. I
Yeah,
agree.
it was a lot of people from everywhere. So when I saw Nicki Minaj speaking up for Trump, I'm like, ooh, did she not know?
Yeah, that was crazy. Sterling, is that you? Are you a real person? Is that you?
Yes, yes. Hey, how are you? I just like talking. I like talking politics, so thanks for having me.
All right. All right, you guys, you got it.
All right, salute, Sterling.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good,
All
good,
right.
good. What you got?
Oh, with the politics thing, I was thinking that maybe we would be better off if we didn't have political parties, because I feel like it just splits us up, and that's the way they like it. So I was wondering, how would y'all feel about if everybody was just like an independent, and then everybody would be judged based off of their own merits, as opposed to, you know, I'm on the red team or the blue team, or, you know, that sort of thing. Does that make sense?
Well, no, that wouldn't. That would start so much. That would be too much. If everybody's an individual, right? There's no group. It's too many people in the United States. One. Then you got thousands and thousands of people speaking independent, and it'd just be like an argument and trying to have a meeting with like everybody's yelling out different things, and it's so much you wouldn't be able to keep up. Who's gonna vote? Everybody gonna be. It's like, how are we gonna have an election where everybody agree that we gonna pick one? If we all part of with individual parties that we can't, it's gonna be so many thousands and thousands of different parties.
And that's a good question, but I feel like politics shouldn't be games. I don't think it should be like a red or blue, but this is like a congressional thing that's in the Constitution. It was always Democratic and Republican.
Was it?
For a cabinet, so it's supposed to be that way, I guess.
Well, I mean, there was also the Whig Party originally, and the Libertarian Party, the People's Party,
True.
the Green Party. And to answer, I'm sorry, I can't see your name, but up above me, that's a good point. That's fair.
I used to like the Green Party. The Green Party used to be what's up.
I voted Jill Stein.
Yeah,
absolutely. But like, I think you could potentially, that's a good point you brought up, but you could potentially set it up to where you have to qualify to get on the ballot, perhaps. Like maybe you need to gain enough signatures on a petition to get your name on a ballot, or maybe raise a certain amount of money, perhaps. I like the idea of signatures better because I think we should get money out of politics. But if you
Sterling,
said every,
is that you talk? Okay, is that so? I just want to make sure I understand your comment. You want to write your name on a ballot to run for president?
oh no, not at all. No.
I did that.
Oh,
Of course you did, Sino.
I know. I'm just trying to understand your comment. Go ahead.
what I was just saying, that it was just a hypothetical question. Like, would we be better off as a country if we didn't have Republicans or Democrats or Libertarians or any party? And then, because I feel like once somebody says they're a Republican or a Democrat, we automatically assume things about them, and we don't listen to them. And I feel like if everybody was an individual and there was no parties and they all had their own platform, then the candidates wouldn't feel like they gotta choose a particular standpoint based off of their party. But you see what I'm saying? So they would all be free to choose.
But then
what they
that would
want.
be, but then to me, it wouldn't be a democracy.
How's that?
I don't like that. I'm not feeling it. I want to know where you stand. I only want to address liberals. Y'all got to give me some time with that one. Republicans and Democrats, they think very differently, and there's a lot of things like there's some people that talk to me, right, and they're like, "Yo, misunderstood. I'm Republican," and then I'm talking to them, and I'm just like, "Republican where?" So we're very different when it comes to things. It doesn't mean that we can't get along. It doesn't mean that we can't break bread together, but we stand on certain things. So Republicans want less government involvement in your life. We want, we're conservative. We have traditional values. Nothing wrong with Democrats, but I'm not for all this. I'm not a socialist, right? So I definitely want to know where you stand. I want to know where you stand in our friendships. I want to know where you stand with relationships, because it's gonna matter how we spend our finances. It does matter now. If you're not in politics, cool. But if I'm having a conversation with you, a lot of times I do like to know how you voted. When I look at a political party running for president, I'm going to look at how they voted in the past and what do they stand for. That's going to matter, and it's going to matter because of how they spend money and how they think. You guys answer though, because maybe you disagree with me.
No, that's a good point, and you both make good points. Like I like both of where your ideologies are because both of y'all are right. Like it'll be right to do both. Even what Sino said, I just to me, and it's my personal opinion, I like the battle of democracy because if everybody, let's say if like we liked one person and he was popular like social media, if that was the case, and like let's say like Kim Kardashian could be president, right? Because everybody would sign off on it. But I want like minds from people that are local, and I like local governments that vote them in. I think more of the problem is the local governments, like some of these senators, some of these people that are in the cabinet that are the problem from voters. Because just like the people that you vote for your local Palatine, like so say like you're from Utah and your person, or you're from DC or da da da, and that person sucks, and then they're the senator and they get a vote and then they vote for the president. Is that for the people? I don't think so, but I feel like we need to go more local, and more people need to get just doing local because votes right now don't even count. Some of these votes are getting mailed in, which has been capped. They try to do Trump dirty with those votes. And then so it's like just like sports right now. I don't even know if sports are real. With all the illegal gambling that's going on right now, I watching that Tampa Bay game. I don't know at this point. So it's just like, you know,
it's
I don't
all
know.
fake.
Smitty. Agent Smitty said, Mr. Understood, have a good morning and sit on good stuff. Man, Blizzy, don't mess up. Sorry, Sterling, you got left out, but I'll say what's up to you, Sterling. Go ahead, you guys.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah. What about this? What about would we be better off if our politicians didn't have a super PAC? And like to anyone who doesn't know, I'm sure y'all probably do, but to anyone listening, like is it right for them to have this account where corporations can donate tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars?
No,
To get.
I'm glad you said that.
Are you referring to Alec?
Say that again.
Are you talking about Alec?
Alec, I'm not sure what you're talking about. You talking about APAC?
Go
I think he's talking about all of them.
Yeah, he's talking about nobody should have.
I'm talking about super
yeah,
PAC.
super
They're called
PACs.
super
Like,
PACs.
well, the thing is that these super PACs come in, and it shouldn't be that at all. But then you wouldn't have all this grandiose show that you have now. But these super PACs is how they get all these boosters and all these billionaires get the lobby money. And yeah, those super PAC programs are terrible.
I agree.
I've never been for it.
I would never vote for someone who took money from APAC, for example. And I wouldn't take money for someone who got donated $30 million from Lockheed Martin or Raytheon or Boeing, because when it comes down to a vote between war and peace, what do you think they're going to vote for? And
That's a good point.
Yeah, they're going to vote for. They already agreed to vote for war when they took that check.
Yep.
And I feel like it corrupts us. I feel like my opinion is political parties and super PACs and dirty money from corporations is what's wrong with the country right now.
Yes.
And yeah, absolutely. I just want to see what y'all think about that.
And all four of us on the panel, Sino, Miss, and you have made a great point. And I'm gonna tell you, like this old school thing, and Sino, and we'll tell you about this. Most politicians back in the day, it's hand over fist. If you know, like, look, I'm gonna say Mayor Giuliani.
Oh God, yeah. He's the worst. He's the worst I probably have seen. Giuliani. But I'll tell you like this. Here's my thing with Democrats. Democrats have a lot of, they say everything that you want to hear. They say they can reduce the taxes. They're going to increase more jobs. You're going to have this. You're going to have that. And they'll say, okay, now here's Beyonce. And Beyonce come out and perform. They got Cardi B. They got all, they put on. And you go, man, like, man, this party, the Democrats know how to kick it. But at the end of the day, nothing's gonna ever get done. Nothing is going to be done from the liberal side of it, but you're gonna have a great party. You're gonna remember all the celebrities that came to speak. Republicans, here's the problem with the conservatives, that they have a lot of good views, a lot of good programs, a lot of good ideas, and they try to implement and put them into place. But those things that they put in place is all about them taking care of their group. They're not looking at the consensus of the entire United States of America.
Good point.
I have yet to see any programs in the urban communities for conservative. That's conservatives that they saying they want to care about helping out the urban communities and the minorities and those groups. I have never seen any of their programs do that. They seem to care about the upper middle class only on up. They all about their groups, and it's all about the programs, and they basically want to create rules for the minorities, the people that they don't deal with, the groups that they don't see. They don't go in those communities. They don't do anything in those communities, but they want to dictate to them. That's the problem. And I was like, well, that's the problem with the conservatives. If you care so much about the minorities, you keep complaining about them. You haven't done any programs or put anything in there to try to help them. Where are the resources that you're going to do? When you guys are in control, which you guys have, where's the recreational centers? Where's the educational center? Where are these departments? Where's the trading and coding schools in there so that they would have options? Where are those jobs that they can go? Like they can have a summer job. They can work at the little pizza mart. You don't have a little strip mall for them to go. There's nothing enriching in the communities for them. You haven't provided them with any options. So what else they going to do? They're going to go outside and get into trouble. Ain't nothing else for them to do. They have nothing else.
I'm gonna piggyback on what you said because he hit it right on the head. And also, we gotta stop putting women up under us because women are just as equal right now in society that they can do the same thing too. I mean, I've seen women in construction floors. I've seen women being doctors, lawyers, and stuff like that. Like I'm cool with presidents. I'm cool with this. I understand it, but the bias that women should cook and stay in the kitchen is not. We're not in the 1920s. A woman can do just as good as a man can do, and I'm not saying it like just because she on the panel. I'm just saying like, I look. I'm a firm believer we should not have trans women in bathrooms. I'm sorry, I said it.
I second that.
If you were born that, I'm not hating on you, do you? But like, if I have a daughter, I don't need you born this way and being that way, and vice versa. But to have this narrative that women can't do anything, we're not in that type of thing. I mean, look at the woman president in Mexico. Now, I'm not going to use Mexico because they're probably in the cartel order anyway. But at the same thing, I feel like that could happen. The only woman I just don't trust is the woman that probably should be investigated, and that's the woman that been in Benghazi.
Oh, you talking about Hillary Clinton?
There you go.
Hillary Rotten Clinton. That's what I call her. Well, Hillary Clinton, her whole family is like, she was the president. She's the first female president. Bill Clinton was not the president. Hillary Clinton was the president. She ran the White House, not Bill. This is what people don't really understand. And Bill Clinton was more of the person because she's not personable. Bill is relatable. He come out, he'll play the sax for the blacks. He'll come out, he hugging, kissing babies. He don't care if you're black, white, red, or green. Clinton was all in. He was the lovable Bill. Oh, come on over here and hug Bubba. He was a womanizer. They knew this before he even went into the White House. They were trying to clean him up from all his womanism and doing all his womanizing stuff. Like, she almost left him.
But let me ask you a question though, because when Trump, his biggest talking point is that, well, not his biggest talking point, but one of his in his new regime was that him and his cabinet said that they had phase one of the Epstein files, and they turned around and remember they held up the files and said, "We got them." Then they said they disappeared.
Yeah, I agree. And like I think both parties promise things and then don't keep them.
You're never gonna see those files because there's
Nobody will.
Nobody, because they're one. If they had anything, Trump ain't done anything on those files. I'm gonna tell you that now. Because if they was, they would have. Biden would have used that during the election. They would have. They would have used it.
But Biden don't know. Biden couldn't even know how to walk with his left or right foot down the runway.
Biden administration
Not Biden himself, the administration, the Democrats.
But they're so hidden. Like people don't know. This is what I think, and it's just my opinion. A president or a prime minister is just a scapegoat for the powers that be. Because there's more powerful people than a president.
Of course there is, but the power is in the scarcity of it. See,
But them files could launch a whole entire
if I was to,
thing.
I know, but you saying that because why? It hasn't been opened, right? It hasn't.
But why would you promise the people that you got a file that you don't have? That's like saying, okay, I'm going to a job. I got a resume. Hey, I got the resume, but then once I get the job, man, my resume ain't there. I never happened.
Wagging the dog. That's all it is to keep you focused on this. None of these.
Why they do something else?
Have anything to do with this nation and what we need to be focused on.
But that is a focus. That is a focus because
people voted for Trump because he said he was going to release those files, and then 2 months later he looked at us and said Epstein who, and then he also said he was going to repeal and replace Obamacare. That didn't happen. He also said there would be no new wars. We bombed Iran. We're about to invade Venezuela. We were the accomplice over there in Gaza. So we did get entangled in more wars and more, and that's not America first. That's not conservative.
Well, that's Trump.
but Sino, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but as soon as the pressure, some of those people voted on the files, then they started attacking Venezuela.
Of course, because he needs it's called the tail wagging the dog.
Is that what
that's what it's called, and it's a thing where they say wag the dog, and that means the tail wagging the dog means that while you're focused on one thing, they will change the focus.
They just changed what they said that they were going to do. Is all I'm saying. So I feel like
they're never going to do what they say they're going to do.
And why is that? Because
if everybody is so focused on this file, right, and the power is in the scarcity of it, but there's nothing incriminating in there on Donald Trump. And they know.
Okay, so hold on. I had to interject, and I'm sorry, guys, but it seems to be Israel, no disrespect, they probably have the most genocide than Sudan in the last, let's say, 50 years. And Epstein came from Israel. Why do we owe Israel all this stuff? And most of them are what their names are. Somebody said in the chat, which I don't want to name. Why do we owe these people so much stuff if the files aren't true? It comes to fruition of that. If you look at Jerry Ronaldo Rivera, you look at Jerry Springer, who literally made millions of dollars on black people's demise and everybody else, who's another that. All these people are Israeli for somehow the person that came from Israel that was around a lot of these people, which is Epstein, we can't see his files. It makes sense. I think that the United States of America, some people are catered to them, because if we didn't, we wouldn't owe them so much because we don't owe them anything.
Here's the thing. America it's not about owe. It's about own. America is always going to look out for Israel because it's a certain group and it's part of their law that instead of paying taxes, they kick back revenue to Israel, meaning those people who are represented there. Jewish, there's no problem in saying the word Jewish people, and there's a lot of Jewish people with means in this country that was given to them that they get part of their settlement from the Holocaust. So a lot of them, they kick their money back and they get tax write-offs for it.
But we give more money to them than people that's in the same continent as us, which is Mexico.
Yes, and Israel is that because Israel is very important. And then we'll be going back to biblical times to go through the whole thing.
But if it was biblical times, I think that maybe Palestinians might have been there too. So they're fighting over a strip of land that none of us have a. That's not our problem.
Let me tell you something. Okay, we are the children of Israel, right? That's our land. They're not. It's not their land.
That could be biased or alleged because you never know if like people here are Muslim or anything like that.
Alleged, but let me just be brief. Blacks own that. That was us. We were tricked out of there and forced into slavery. We're the lost children of Israel. We were taken out of Israel, helped by the people who were supposed to be our cousins, the Palestinians, helped them move us out.
But that's in a book. That's not the truth.
Okay, it's not the truth. Okay, well, here's this. This is theory then, if you want to put it that way. They helped us move us out. We got put into slavery. That's gone. They were supposed to take over and rule Israel, the Palestinians. That was part of the agreement. But they reneged on it. And the Romanians who came down, because they're all theory, right? The Romanians came over there and they said, no, we're going to run it and we're going to let them run it. They said, hey, that's not the deal we had. We got them out. We were going to run it and you guys was partnered. He's like, yeah, but we feel good with people that some of our own in charge of Israel. And that's why they've been warned for all these years since.
That's actually not. That's not true. Like so for what I think, and that's your opinion. But so Mesopotamia and the Tigris-Euphrates River has been when the continents were together, which was when all the continents were together before every land expanded. Those rivers run from the Nile River all the way up to the Middle East. The Middle East has always been in peril from Afghanistan. Afghanistan actually beat Russia with Osama bin Laden when Russia tried to take Afghanistan is actually a country that's never been took over from the U.S. and Russia, because they hide in caves and they know the mountainous terrain. What I'm saying is that you can't beat the Middle East. Those people are gonna fight just like India and Pakistan. They're gonna fight no matter, and they both got nukes. They're gonna fight. But is that our problem?
Yes,
it is. For what?
Because we have a ties with the people that run Israel. Israel is where the money is.
It's where we give the money.
You just said it.
Money. It's where we give. It's where we give the most money to. We pay for their healthcare system. We pay for their wars. We pay for
biblically. Y'all don't understand how
Judeo-Christian values. That's what they keep reminding you of, so that you can stay hooked in that system. Keep giving money to Israel. Keep letting them commit genocide, and then we're the ones paying for it. And we don't even have healthcare here. We don't even have healthcare for.
I want to see what the host has to say about that.
Which part? You guys do a lot in there. What is your question?
Just any part of should we be involved in other people's qualms?
Well, we kind of have to because we have allies. Am I saying that word right? Allies with certain countries, and America can't. I mean, no country can stand alone. So,
if you want to commit genocide, I would say you'd have to stand alone. I don't want no part of that. You know what I mean? And I'm definitely not going to fund it when we ran on a platform of America first. And our own people are struggling so hard, and people in Israel are doing better. And the money that we send over there, they fight their wars, and then they buy TikTok so that they can brainwash people into continuing this Judeo-Christian value thing that got us into the Iraq War, that got us into Afghanistan. It made us spend trillions of dollars in the last 20 years. That's not America first. The Iraq
now,
War,
mind you, South Sudan has lost recently. Right now, has lost over 200,000 people to genocide. Do we go over there and help them? I digress.
I mean, I don't know, but did we? I would just say that we shouldn't have been killing them if that's the case. And if we,
no, I'm saying, do we help? Do we help Africa? No.
Well, I'm saying
we help. We help Israel.
Help this out. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I'm working hard up here. Thank you guys for the super chat. Go ahead. I guess I'm the minority on this one, you guys. Go ahead.
How so?
Thank you, Corey. How so? Because the thing is, we have an alliance with certain countries, and if we can help, I think it's a humanitarian thing. Donald Trump, what he did in Gaza and all those things, that was a big deal. When those hostages were released, that's a big deal. And a lot of these countries look to the United States to help them in certain situations.
But Trump didn't do anything. Just like he lied about. He said he did something to Chicago and DC. Trump said that DC was the safest city in the world, and literally a National Guard people RIP them got shot and killed. Trump doesn't dictate anything. He didn't solve anything. What he did was do deals. And I love him for that. As far as he does deal, he's great at doing deals. But a businessman doing a deal is like saying, "Hey, Sino, can you chill? Don't whoop that dude's ass today, and I'll pay you some money. But tomorrow, if you see it, don't worry about it. It's a Band-Aid on a bleeding wound. The Band-Aid wears off. If that makes any sense."
I would just want to question our so-called allies if they're always getting us entangled in foreign affairs on our dime at the peril of our country. I don't feel like that should be our ally. And if that's what we're calling an ally, we need to rethink that whole situation.
Israel's not going to do anything without the blessing of the United States.
Correct. Well, I don't know. No, but that's not true because against the president, what Trump said, they bombed Qatar. So they got their own agenda. It's not America first, but they're tricking us into thinking they're our best friend or our best ally, and we're so close together.
They bombed Qatar, and what happened?
You're not forgetting about NATO. We're obligated with these. It's not just.
Hey, Trump said he's going to withdraw from NATO.
Right. NATO is not even a thing really
very
anymore.
Problematic for the United States not to have alliances and.
No,
I think it's problematic if we think that we can stand alone. I do feel that we can stand alone in a lot of things as far as our own resources and things like that. The United States definitely can do that. And I think that Donald Trump is making great strides in doing that. But humanitarian purposes, that's what the United States is known for. So for you guys to say,
we're not humanitarian. We take your stuff.
I don't know about that.
you can absolutely.
I mean, what did Trump do with Qatar?
Let me just my chat real fast. Hang on,
What
you
did
guys.
he do to
You can,
Qatar?
hang on, you guys.
Well,
You can absolutely subscribe. Don't tap the screen. I don't have any mods, so I can't drop these guys links. But subscribe to any one of us. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. And
No,
thank
you're
you guys.
awesome as a host. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks for
Thank
having me.
you guys. Thank you.
Yes.
I don't use mods for my verticals because all of my my whole channel would be blocked because they're all Democrats, so I can't. So
I'm not a damn. I guess you can call me independent, but I did vote Republican this time. I will say that.
Oh, wait, who said that right now? Was that Sterling?
No, Blizzy.
Oh, Sterling, of course not.
No,
Blizzy, you're so welcome. You're so welcome here. You're so.
Oh
welcome.
my gosh, you voted for Trump. Oh my goodness.
No, I didn't vote for Trump. I voted Republican.
Oh, okay.
He didn't say he voted for Trump. Trump was no. Okay, go ahead, you guys. I'm so sorry. That was medieval.
I ain't gonna wear no MAGA hat, but I did vote Republican because I needed a change. When I seen people talking about some vote for me unless you're black, I was like, nah, I'm good. I need a change
Yeah, identity politics. We got to get away from that.
for sure.
And what I was saying about Qatar is like my point was someone said that that Israel won't do anything without the United States blessing, and that's a lie because they're doing things to our allies that we didn't condone, and they bombed them even though we told them not to, and so they got their own agenda. It's not America first.
You don't think that we didn't we that wasn't our call? Well, that's why I said what happened. Okay, they bombed Qatar. Then what happened?
And Trump got mad at him. Said, "I told y'all not to do that. Why'd y'all do that?"
Yeah, he said, "I told y'all not to do that." Then what happened? What he did? What happened with Qatar? What
It
happened?
was already done. They already bombed them. That's what I'm saying. They don't need
No,
our
no,
blessing.
no. What happened after that? What's the
I don't
aftermath?
know. I don't know. I don't know the answer to
The
that.
aftermath is Trump did a deal with Qatar and got all of these airplanes. He got an airplane with billions of dollars, and now it's lined up to go to his sons. They're going to
Okay,
get
but
billions of dollars out of the deal. So you think that the United States wasn't behind them, telling them to fire those missiles?
no, I don't, because Qatar is our ally, and the type of ally
Qatar
that
funds Hamas.
no, Qatar is our ally, and that's why we got mad at them.
Qatar is not an ally.
Yes, they are.
No,
They're 100%.
Qatar funds. I mean, allegedly, they fund a lot of
They fund
extremists.
Hamas. They
Listen, okay,
know.
well,
A lot of
like,
extremists.
Israel's killed over 100 times more people than Hamas. So,
True.
like, what I'm saying is,
Yes.
if we need to re-examine who our allies are and why. And Qatar is a great ally that we should keep because
No.
they never gotten us into foreign wars. And they do
Qatar got the
business-
oil. That's what we want.
Qatar got money. And
And the
that's why
money.
Trump's
and
there.
they don't need ours.
And he basically made a ceasefire with Israel that basically it's a perfect setup. But yeah, it was a perfect
Hey,
setup.
I'll tell you this. I will
Yeah.
give this. The United
Because-
States is a lot more powerful with Trump because now we're putting pressure, which we should have been doing a lot of years with presidents that were too scary because we looked weak. And then now we look at like what we should be, the most powerful United States, American, everything in the world.
I disagree.
I
because,
disagree too.
But so
Go ahead.
the reason why we're weak is because we don't manufacture. And we're not manufacturing, we're not strong. We
No, I
don't
said
make-
we looked weak. We looked
Yeah,
weak
like-
back in the day.
Well, that's only thing you're doing is pissing people off, and you're going to create people to unify against us. All the people that's pissed with us are going to start unifying amongst themselves to go against us.
But just like
Exactly.
Russia and China, they don't care if nobody hate them. They still the superpower. Like even if like New Guinea is mad at us or Venezuela, what are they gonna do about it?
But you just said the key word there. They say what they're going to do about it because you know why? So China can say that because they control the manufacturing. They're one of the number ones in manufacturing. So when you manufacture, you have the power. All the United States CNC jobs were going to China. All our manufacturing jobs, everything in your house is made from IKEA, from China, somewhere else.
That is very true, Sino. Very
Yeah.
true.
So
China-
when you don't manufacture, and you can tell, look at the top companies in this country. It's Google and Walmart. They don't make anything anymore. It used to be U.S. Steel, General
GM.
Motors,
Yeah.
IBM, like really companies that manufacture. That's where you lose your power. We're just a distributor. We just buy everybody else's stuff.
But
Yeah,
that's why I
this
like the
is-
tariffs. That's why I like the tariffs because any country that is putting all these billions of dollars on us, you get tariff. You should
But-
start bringing the jobs back, and I agree with Trump with that.
Yes,
For sure, bro.
I agree because they have no choice, but it's only to a certain degree. Once you start going overboard, saying you're going to tell China that you're going to tax them X, Y, and Z, they make all your electronics. So that's why he had to. He was like, oh my God, because he didn't realize the Federal Reserve, the gold bars. Once you start affecting that market, they can literally crash your market down. All these tech companies, these AI companies, they need those microchips. They need them to get developed. They're getting not developed in the United States. They're in Malaysia.
So this is a question. This is a question
They're
for
all
Sterling, Stino, Miss. Do you guys see us in the next 5 years going to war?
We already in war, and we'll be in
We've
more
been
wars.
in a war forever.
Like a world war?
Well, I don't know what you mean
No,
by that.
we'll be in a trade war. The war is going to be fought a lot different. It ain't going to be an invasion or anything like that. Our war is going to be pretty much with China. That's if the only war that's going to take place, it would be with China. China is already working on ways to get away from America due to all of this tariffs and everything. They've already prepared by moving some of their companies overseas to other like in Korea, in South Korea, they moved some of their manufacturing there so they don't have to get hit with a tariff. So they found workarounds to get through the tariffs. They're building a railing system to go to India, and they're building one to go all the way to the UK. And if that,
All right, what do you think, Miss? What do you think, Miss? World war or or nothing
I
burger?
don't think so during Trump's term. I think there's a lot of fear mongering going on. People mention the Civil War because of what Donald Trump is doing to protect our country. But Donald Trump has brought a lot of peace. I do not see us going into a civil war within the next few years while Donald Trump is in office anyway. Or World
Sterling?
War III, as they like to say, as well.
Gotcha.
I hope,
Sterling, what you?
I don't think we'll go into any more like quote unquote wars. I think the government's got real smart enough to call them not wars, they're just conflicts. It's just bombing a specific target. So therefore they don't have to have approval from Congress. They can just do it. The president can just decide to bomb Iran. And so I don't think that the Americans like the idea of boots on the ground somewhere else. So therefore, I don't think we're going to go to a quote unquote war. Instead, we just bomb Syria. We just bomb Lebanon. We just allow Israel to bomb Gaza. And we create these proxy wars. We let Russia and Ukraine fight a war that we're funding, by the way. And I mean, none of it makes sense. It's not America first, and China is great
There's
about
that fear mongering again, but I'm not going to interrupt you. But I do notice how you're throwing in that fear. But go right ahead with your propaganda and your oh, this is going to happen and that's going to happen. See, that's the problem when I don't ask you guys your political affiliations before you come up. I don't mind your points of view. You're more than welcome to have it. But it's just that, oh, the president is going to bomb the world as if there's not Congress, as if there's not that's not likely.
Congress
It's just not likely. So I'm not understanding where you're coming from. And I don't want to interrupt you, but you've interrupted me several times since I was making a point. And I just don't see the big, bad, scary Donald Trump bombing the world. But go ahead.
I mean,
No, that wasn't him. That was me, sweetheart. That wasn't Sterling. That wasn't me that interrupted. He said something, but that was me. I'm sorry.
So for you, I don't really understand, and I say this respectfully. I don't want you guys to feel attacked, but I don't want you guys to feel attacked at all. But you guys are forgetting that there is a political process. There's a process. Okay, it's not like Donald Trump could just fire up a bunch of troops and go bombing everybody.
Well, that's what I'm saying, and that's why I think that they've gotten very clever, and they know the American people don't want war, so instead they don't call it war. They don't have to have the approval from Congress, and they bypass that step, and they absolutely bomb Iran without anybody's permission, without any vote on it. They decide to do that.
Thank you for that. Thank you for
Trump
that.
approves it.
I switched you guys so I could see who I was talking to because it's hard to see with you guys now. Okay, so that's
that was Sterling. Sorry.
Okay, so now it's Sterling. Oh my God. Okay, I got you. So you guys agree. You guys agree. So you guys feel, and I'm sorry, y'all. I'm trying to pull out, but you guys feel that Donald Trump can just declare war and go about it without informing Congress?
No, you can't declare war. That's what you're missing. Is like we didn't call it a war when we bombed Iran. You see, we didn't call it a war in Gaza because it was Israel's war, but we were just funding it. It's a proxy war, so therefore we don't have to get the approval for it. And
Also, when we took over, so we have no business being in the Caribbean. I actually travel a lot, so I've been in Colombia, Medellin, Bogota, like a lot of times. I actually just got back from Colombia like a couple months ago.
I'm in Colombia now.
Oh, were you in Medellin?
Barranquilla.
Barranquilla. Okay, awesome, my boy. Awesome, my boy.
To you guys, Sterling and Jetty, let me
all out there for them women, man. Shame on y'all.
I mean, you know.
Let me just say. Okay, so let's just for the sake of the conversation, you guys don't say you don't have to say your political affiliations, but am I the only conservative up here or?
No.
Like I'm a conservative too. Yeah, we're just talking about.
I'm independent all the way.
My mom, we're just talking about the health of like travelers that come over to we're in we go to Latin America and we're targeted as Americans. Like even with where'd you fly in Bogota? Sterling? Did you fly into Bogota?
No, I flew directly into Barranquilla, but I've flown into Bogota, Medellin, Cartagena.
Cartagena. Like we sometimes they be looking at our passports like we goofy over in these countries because of political things that are going on. And those countries like Colombia, if let's say if US attacks Venezuela, Latin American country, well, I'll say South American countries Colombia wouldn't care. They would not
No,
care because those countries are like solo, like Brazil, Ecuador, Colombia. They don't care what happens to Venezuela, um,
well, I
because of
don't know
Maduro.
because they have been flooded with a lot of Venezuelan immigrants, and that can affect your
That
economy.
come to
But
exactly to Colombia. So like
and
I guess it's geopolitical for us that travel a lot, but it's not our thing. But I just never seen destroyers in the Caribbean, especially as far as like Panama or Barranquilla, because Barranquilla is like right on the Caribbean. It's right on the
yeah,
water, like
yeah,
Cartagena would be.
right. It's
Um,
right beside Florida.
And I was only asking you guys because, and I usually ask first thing, so it's my fault. I apologize to you guys. Just because I do like, I love hearing from all sides besides liberals. I do, and it sometimes helps me to know. I think I think it just kind of helps to know a person's background. But go ahead. And
I feel like we should hear everybody out, and that's part of the problem with the political parties and painting people into like a certain group or tribe. And because, like, for example, I mean, like, you could be conservative in the fact that you don't want to send Israel any money, right? But what we're doing is not conservative by that standard.
that's Sterling, right? Sterling.
Yes.
Okay. See, I don't even disagree with you with all of that. I don't disagree. I think I'll hold my opinion back on that one.
Yeah. And there's nothing America first about that. We, like, our people are in here dying, and the biggest problem is the gap in the wealth. The top 1% owns everything, and they don't want us to own anything. They want us to rent everything and be happy with it. And that's why we got corporations buying up every little aspect of our life, whether it's the food we buy, the places we shop, the phones that we talk on, the shoes that we wear, and now they're buying our houses. And if a corporation gets our houses like BlackRock, we'll never get them back. They're never going to sell them. They're going to want us to be renters forever. And BlackRock owns the most wealth in the United States. And I don't think corporations should own homes. That's the American dream, for us to own the home. But they're taking that from us. That's why the average age of buying a house is 40 years old. The average housing price is 500,000. That's why people aren't getting married earlier and having families and stuff. So I feel like we got to rethink the way we're doing politics and business. And thank y'all so much for listening to me, even though you may not feel like you agree with me. Thank you.
You know what? I don't necessarily disagree. It's just that I get a little fired up sometimes, and I have to, and it's my apologies. But I when it comes to, I guess let me ask you guys this. So, do you feel that, how do I word this? Because you brought up wealth and you brought up home ownership. So you guys feel that the wealthy want to keep it amongst themselves and they prevent poor people from gaining wealth?
100%.
100%.
Yeah.
Cena will tell you that. Yeah, Sterling will tell you that. Yeah.
Every billionaire out there and every corporation makes their money off the back of the American worker. And
Well, home ownership. Sorry, Sterling. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I feel like, I made my point. Yeah.
Cena, go ahead.
Yeah, what I was just gonna say is they're absolutely correct. The 1% don't want to pay taxes because the tax codes, there are tax codes that basically keep them from not having to pay taxes. The game was made for the wealthy and they wrote the rules. So
right.
That's why they have things that you probably at your bank you've never heard of, and it's called Solo Roth IRA. There's a regular IRA for everybody else, but there's a such thing as a Solo Roth. And you're like, what is a Solo Roth? It's a IRA account that you don't have to pay any taxes on, and it can take care of you, but you got to have a certain amount of money. They have the Golden Roth. The Golden Roth has its own tax code, and you can put people in a family plan, like Dame Dash was talking about, a family IRA, but you have to make at least that's like 25 million. Golden Roth is somewhere in that range as well. And what it does is it's tax exempt, and you have to put certain monies in them where you can live in a house, but you can never work on the house, and you can never say you own the house. Your company owns it. Your Roth owns your homes. Your Roth owns everything. So everything is in there, and that money, you keep it as tax, not even taxed, you don't even have to worry about paying tax. So they have tax codes to keep them into the black. Now, we wouldn't have these problems if the poor people, they got to pay taxes. So they're the ones that's paying all the taxes. They're the suckers. Everybody else who's in the rich and the wealthy, like Mitt Romney, he was a Mormon and he had found the loophole that because he was in there, he didn't have to pay taxes. They finally changed that when he tried to run for president. They said, hey, man, you didn't pay taxes for years. And Wesley Snipes did the same thing, and they told him he couldn't do it and put him in jail. And it was the same thing that Mitt Romney did that he got away with, but they didn't let Wesley Snipes get away with that.
Yeah, I feel like the very
But
rich.
capital is taxed at it's the way that capital income is taxed, because it's going to be taxed at a lower rate than labor income. So oh, how can you hit the link? Oh, look on my community wall, TC. I pinned it on my community wall. If you can't do it this way, go ahead, you guys. I actually.
Well, see, the banking. See, I've seen it back in 2005, but I was seeing it too late. I wish I would have saw it quicker, but I was just getting into the real estate market, and I saw what was happening with the banks, and they were approving loans for people that weren't even qualified to even be in homes. They were just, they weren't even looking at the applications. They had a thing called ninja loans, no income, no job application. They were creating applications of their own and getting people approved with FICO scores that's below 500. And I'm like, wow.
And then when it all collapsed, it turns out the banks were too big to fail. So we had to step in. The American taxpayer had to step in and bail them out. AIG and the Wall Street. And so what they're doing, what our corporations.
Here's the part you didn't know. No, it made it look like that. No, what they did was get a charter license. See, that's what you didn't know. All these major banks, they knew it was going to fall. So they went and applied for a charter license so that all it could do was erase all the debt that they had. So they got a charter license. So all these 100-year-old banks that's been there and all these people lost all their pension. It was the most suicides this country has ever seen. All these people took their lives because they lost their pension, everything, jobs.
But the banks didn't lose anything. And the
No,
CEOs
they
got
didn't.
millions of dollars. And because we bailed them out, and what they're doing is privatizing all the profits and then socializing all their losses. So
The
they
banks
can't lose.
shorted their own, they bet against themselves. They shorted the whole option about the bank, the collapse and everything. They start taking a short position so that they can get paid off of it. They were like, okay, we're not going to take the hit alone. So everybody starts shorting the loans. They were
And
betting.
that's why
against the falls.
banks, because I own a condo, and that's why banks put stipulations on everything. So it's not just about how much money you make. Now it's about what your credit score means. I tell people your credit score is worth more than the cash you got in your pocket. Besides that, it's not just about your credit score now. Now it has to be. A lot of people go on their FICO or their Experian or this and that, but they don't know it's three scores. So even though one score might say you're at an 800, your other score might say you're at a 720. There's always a loophole if you don't have the money to pay up front. And then not only that, the housing market has been crashed for like 10 years. So let's say like a average house in like Seattle, Washington, that should be only 100,000 is now 500,000. The average Joe is not going to be able to pay that. That's how you weed it. And the house could be decrepit, but it's not just that. It's just that who's going to invest? Because you know what they said about black people a long time, or just any people. If you want to hide something, put it in a book. People don't research their stuff. So you have a lot of.
Somebody in the chat talked about that, but go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
No, you're good. I mean, people don't research anything about how to counteract that. So they'll take whatever deal that's given because we weren't taught to negotiate. We were taught that whatever's handed to us, take it.
Right.
So it starts with
let
us.
let me answer this question. They said, what did I mean by charter? A charter means like a charter bank is a bank that's normally its own little bank. Like you heard of Chime, right? That's a charter bank. It's an online internet bank, but it's ran through a charter. It's considered a charter bank. And that's what's happening now with all of these internet banks, which means that they went and got a charter license so they can have a small bank, right? And they sign with a major, so you don't have to get your FICO license. The major banks already has it. So you partner with them like Chime. Everybody's like, oh, okay, well,
Chime, Klarna, those are the
Yep,
easiest
Klarna.
scams. Those hey, you like even
Yeah.
with banks, like getting those big loans when you don't have the means. When people let's say if like you're dating somebody, like, hey, we're gonna get this house. This house is I'll go small, say 450,000, right? So you're like, hey, we make 100,000 a year a piece. Let's go get it. It's cheap. People don't even look at their interest rate, APR rate, anything. We wouldn't talk. No, I'm not just saying us. Anybody are
Right.
not financial. Literally, like we should be like, hey, I'm not taking that deal. You know what? What I'll do is, instead of buying a lease, I'm not buying anything unless I can buy it.
So you're gonna wait till you have 450,000
Wait.
and put it down in cash?
Yes.
That's you're never gonna own a home. And that's what that's a joke.
No, you can own it if you're making. Let's say if like, you and your significant other make 100 a year, right? Just 100 a year. Let's say if you subsidize and get something that's 250, right? You put everything in at 250. I flip that home. Now I can sell my first home to get my second home that's 450 because now I got an equity in this home that's my home that's 250. I flipped it, sold to somebody else. Now I can buy that 450.
Okay. And
that's what I'm thinking about.
But they have to get approved, and you just can't sell the home for 450. You have to, and like people think because they have the money, they can live wherever they want. You can't. You have to get approved to live in certain places.
But I have an
They
Airbnb.
won't
I have an
let you
Airbnb
live.
in another place in another country that I literally got for way cheaper than what supposedly I got it, and now I Airbnb people that stay over there.
Oh yeah,
That's a good look.
Yeah, you can do
That's
that. Yeah,
that's a good look. And
Excuse
I feel
me,
like
but how did you guys hit the link? Can you help to see it? Like, what did you guys
We went
do?
to your community wall.
yeah, so I clicked your name at the top of the screen, and it said view channel, and then I clicked view channel, and then you look for the posts. It used to be called community tab, but I think it's called post now.
Like Cena, like you that's a beautiful home you got. You didn't just jump
thank
into that home. You had to like do what you had to do to get to own that property.
Yes. It was pretty easy for me because I already owned a townhome, so it was very easy
Right.
to get everything. And I had another piece of property too that I should have probably kept, to be honest. But yeah, I had to go ahead and move that property and was able to get the home and move on. From
That you
there.
really
Yeah.
wanted.
Yeah, this was the house, but I didn't think I was gonna be able to get it, but I ended up getting it, and I was like, all right, cool. But like I said, you got to go through a vetting process. Like in this area, they got to know everything about you basically before you come over here, because mainly this household is made for people who are like got families. They'd be like, what is a single person want with a house of this size? So they
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, I always ask it. I'm like, that house big as hell.
So yeah, they
salute,
wanted.
salute to you for that, for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations on that. Nice. Is that you, sis, backstage?
It is. Good morning.
Good morning.
morning.
Good morning to you.
Hey. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, Miss MU in the building.
Morning. Good-
Hey,
I had to
hey.
slow myself down a little bit, TC. I think you'd have been proud of me. You know how I get.
Oh, you held it down.
I
Yeah,
am
it
proud
is.
of you. And good morning to the chat. Hey, Unc, listen, brothers, let me tell you something. These two gentlemen, of course, my other two, Mr. Carruthers and Unc, they my hearts and my love. But these two brothers is talking. They know what they're talking about, and I appreciate it because yes,
Go on mute.
I love. Let me tell you something, brothers. I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. This is not my first time to the rodeo. As some people who know me a little about me, I come from a family of this kind of politics and things of that nature. from New York politicians with Shirley Chisholm, Adam Clayton Powell, and all of that kind of stuff. And of course, being from New York, then certain states like California and other places, people that I'm in Philadelphia now, we figure out some things. Of course, the Chicagos, the Detroits, etc. And what you just said about the banking system and what they did, bruh, you said something about how they gave themselves their loans. Okay.
Yeah, they gave themselves a charter license. Yep.
Yeah, no doubt. Exactly. That's exactly what they did. And they wiped away their own debt.
Yep.
And then the other brother, you said it right. They put it on the American people. And here's where I come from. I came from a household that were both parties. Okay. I came from a community that half of us were one party, the other half was the other party.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the reason why. It was called leverage. It wasn't called love. It was just called leverage. When we wanted something, you understand what I'm saying? When we wanted something, we went to whoever was in position of power at the time. And then when they weren't, and it went to the other side, we went to them. And any time that people wanted to run for office, et cetera, they still had to come and see us because we had both parties and we didn't have just one. You understand? And we had very active both parties. But what you all are saying is right on point. I'm at a point now where I'm like, look, none of them, I don't care what they are, what affiliation they are, they don't want us to have it, period. And here's where I am. I'm going to take it. And I don't need to be affiliated with a particular letter or anything of that nature. I am in love with myself. I love my people first. And I appreciate my alliances with people who look out for the cookout. And for those who don't, God bless America and let freedom reign.
What's your name? What's your name, Mama?
I'm TC HBCU Queen.
TC and you guys,
HBCU
I actually was
Queen.
gonna come up and troll, but like I've had some of the greatest conversation I think I've had on YouTube like all year with you guys. Sino, Sterling, MU, like I've loved having these type of conversations with people who would like mine. So I just want to tell you guys I really appreciate that.
I appreciate that too. And I appreciate having conversation with different minds. And I feel like we don't need to be in our echo chamber because then we're just around people who talk and think just like us. And it's when we collaborate with people who are from different backgrounds and different ideologies and different parties and all that we get challenged. And once we get challenged, we can progress.
Right. Our brains work harder. When I come over here with MU, I sometimes don't know what in the heck I'm gonna get into, and then I have to be like, okay, I got to be on my A game. And I'm not a troll. I've been in these YouTube streets since 2017. I'm just learning about trolls because of a situation that I was in, but I am here to help young people and their parents. The reason why I came on here in the first place, to help young people and their parents get them to college, and particularly HBCUs, which is my forte. So that's my thing, helping them, to acquire and understand the politics of the day, to helping them understand the history in which things came about, so that they will be best to be able to have whatever they need to have, mental, emotional intelligentsia, to be able to navigate all the things that are going to be coming at them from whatever side it comes from. And I just want my folks to love themselves enough to know that, people will use us for their gain. But guess what? We know we're going to use you too. And I have no problem with that. I'm going to use you, and I'm going to get what I need to get and be able to shower and share with folks like yourself who, that's why I like coming over here. People who can talk some sense. You know what I'm saying? Men.
You do.
Huh?
I said on my Patreon, I did just that, like what you were saying about colleges and getting money for schools and stuff. And you were saying basically HBCUs. Like on my Patreon, I do that. 2 years ago, I was teaching people how to get money for college that they weren't even telling them about. There's actually an app that I'm just going to give you guys for free, and it does everything for you. It'll find all the grants that you're eligible for that you don't even know. It's called Schoolly. It's SCHOLLY. If you get that app, it will sort and find every grant that you're eligible for in college in your area.
I agree that education is so important.
Thank you for that, Simo.
Higher
No problem.
education. I think that
Truly, I love that.
I think the answer should be that higher education should be no cost. And in many,
I agree.
in many other countries, it is no cost. And
Absolutely.
What the United States government and Treasury is doing is making money off of us, 6.8% interest on student loans. So you're going to end up paying twice as much as what it costs because they're going to spread it out over 30 years.
Yeah, tell me about it. I got my first degree, and I'm still in med school now, and I don't do, but luckily, like,
Which one's in med school? Jetty, you're in med school?
Yeah.
Or
yeah, I'm in med
congratulations.
school. Thank you.
Yes. So the thing is, and congratulations for that, but that is
Yes.
because America is built on debt. They want everyone in debt, everyone to live in debt. That's how it goes. It's not about, like in other countries, they have free healthcare. Canada, free healthcare.
Right. Free school, free healthcare.
The greatest thing I did was I traveled in my secondary field because I'm a nurse at the hospital, and like so what I do is I travel nurse, so I let my stipend pay, which don't get taxed, and I use my stipend pay to pay off everything else. Because what the government is taxing on is my hourly pay. They're not taxing my stipend.
Exactly. There you see, and see there you see. Look, Midwest, you just gave everybody a gem. We don't talk about pay. We don't talk about income or salary. We're giving stipends. Stipends are actually the way to go because stipends are not taxed.
I just feel like
at all.
At all. Exactly.
I feel like the education debt is the reason why we can't afford houses until we're on the average age of 40. I feel like because in the past they weren't spending $250,000 on paying off student loans. Like especially if you go to med school, that's going to be like $300,000 when you get out, and then if you pay it over 30 years, that's like $600,000. And the answer that they come up with is like for the housing situation, Trump rolled out a 50-year mortgage. So if you don't get to buy a house until you're 40 on average, and you got a 50-year mortgage, you don't own it. You don't own that house. It's basically like
that's deep.
Right. And you even if you buy a house, you still don't really own it. Like,
right.
You still got to pay the taxes. If you can't pay the taxes,
Because only land is that you own. Yep. The house is
let me share this with you, Sterling. One of the things that I do with some of my clients is that, and my students and their families, I do what we call strategic planning as it pertains to post-secondary education. Number one, I do not believe that everybody, especially just coming out of high school, everyone doesn't necessarily need to go to college right away. Let me explain, because I do believe the people need to go to college, but there is such a thing called community college. Let me explain. I have a boatload of my colleagues and my cohorts who, of course, they went to, college, HBCUs and other colleges, Ivy, etc. And of course, they want their daughter and they want their son to, their legacy. As I explained to one of my colleagues, I said, listen, your daughter's not Dartmouth material. You're going to spend $60,000 a year, which is someone's salary in some places, for your child for her to make C's. That's not a good look. Here's what you do. She has to mature, because we do understand she was spoiled and rotten. Okay. Now, to give her 2 years at community college, and listen, in our school, in our country, I will say, I love the fact that Obama reconstructed the whole community college thing. And that's the one thing he did in the auto industry. So I appreciate Obama for that. Like you, thank you, Obama, for that. Community colleges are not they're not a bad deal right now. They're really not.
I started
They're
with a community college. I did A&P biology. I paid $100 per credit until I got enough credits to get an A in
there
order
you go.
to get into
I
a
did the
actual
same
college.
thing. I went to a junior college first, then went to a major college.
Absolutely.
That's a fact.
There you go.
That's the way to go. If
You
that's
know,
your
and
route.
I think and here's the thing. Now I have my students, because this is the same family. The young lady, she's, she needs to go to I think she wants to go to electrical school, because Philadelphia is union town. Y'all know that, right? So
Yes.
we're
Love the
gonna go
unions.
ahead and get her into one of the trade unions for electricity, and she also wants to do another trade, two of them. And I said,
Oh,
there
hold
you
on.
go, there
Hold on,
you
mom.
go.
Hold on, mama.
Now
You just
now
hit it
the
right on the
son.
head.
Now hold
I
on.
didn't mean to
Let me
interrupt you,
just
mama.
say this.
Oh, go ahead.
No, let me just say this, and I hear what you're getting ready to say. Now
Yeah.
the son, he has a 4.1 weighted at one of the high schools. He wants to go to Morehouse. He just got accepted. Now we're at the point
Congrats.
where we have half of the money, because we've been working on, of course, the scholarships that are here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania that will transfer, the Congressional Black Caucus Spouses Scholarship. Sometimes if you're on here, MU has allowed me to, promote some of these, links in these scholarships. So, I'll be promoting them actually throughout after Christmas, y'all. Okay. So come through around that time, okay?
I'm coming through. I'm gonna sub up to you.
Absolutely, no doubt, no doubt. Sub up to me, and then I'll make sure you get it that way. And of course, because I love this conversation, I appreciate it. I'll make sure that you all get it via, of course, MU.
And I'm
But
sorry,
yes,
I don't have any mods to drop y'all links because I don't use them for these streams. But
that's
but I got you
well,
though. Y'all know I'm easy to contact. I got you.
and then sub up to me if you can, so that, and then I can, and then MU is always around, so we're here with her, okay? But I just want to say that the daughter is going to go and get a certification in electrical, in the electric, and I think she's going to do steam fitters or something like that. Listen, so there's so much in the trades and unions and schools that it's a beautiful thing. And also now the boy, he's going to go to Morehouse. He wants to be an attorney. I said, see, now that's what we call strategic leveraging planning. A middle-class working family. The father is a Q. He went to Fisk. He's an attorney. And also the mother, she's an RN. So my whole thing is that mom and dad's money is mom and dad's money. And as I had to tell the daughter and son, mama and daddy's, that's their money. y'all gotta come out and make a little bit for yourself. And so they're doing their thing. And that's why I say strategic. Don't, like somebody just said it, you get in debt, you pay for your debt, and then at 40 years old, but then you get in debt again with a house that's like a 30, 40, 50-year mortgage. It's debt. And so Carcino, you're absolutely right. Debt. That's all they want to talk about is debt, not own. So you brothers are absolutely on point, and I just want to say I appreciate it. But that's how I go about planning with my families. It's very strategic. And there's a place for everybody. So, if she has to start out, in a electrical union, and get an apprenticeship and go into an apprenticeship program, I want her to do that. I don't want the families to have to remortgage their houses all over again. I don't want mom and dad. Mom and dad have a life. They're getting ready to be empty nesters. They trying to, they trying to go to Egypt, and they're trying to go to wherever it is. Well, maybe not Egypt right now, but wherever they're trying to go, at least they're just trying to they trying to chill a little bit.
And you're a great mom, and I'm just gonna piggyback on what you said too. Trades like electrical, engineering, like you don't have to go to school to get an HVAC license and be great. Like anything you want to do, there's anybody in the chat, anything, just you can do it. Like you just gotta. I think the word should be lazy for a lot of people. People are so lazy they don't want to get nothing. So you can't blame the government because you don't want to get out there and get something.
There you go.
And the other thing too is sometimes I'm gonna go in a relationship thing. We gotta pick who we want to date. We
Okay.
like if we want our partner, they can be this, they can be that. You know, we like tall, short, whatever. Um, Sometimes we gotta think not just about how attractive somebody is, but what are they gonna do 5 years later.
Yeah.
And
I'm
I
not
feel
looking at you today like, man, you attracted today. I could smash you to, or we're gonna have great this and that. Excuse my French. Can I look at you 5 years later and we're gonna be there? Can we raise a family? Can we reach our goals? Because every man ain't nothing without a great woman.
I feel
You
like
hear
trade
that?
schools,
Misunderstood.
the trade schools should be free too, and I feel like no one should have to choose between a trade school and a public university, or being a lawyer, or a mechanic, just based off of how much money they have. And I feel like
I didn't realize I was on mute. Y'all didn't hear anything I said right now?
No.
Nah, you was on mute. You was on mute.
I said a lot. I guess it wasn't meant to be heard, but
No, go ahead, say it.
it's not the same saying it twice.
What's your
No.
5-year plan?
Y'all gotta join me for my regular streams for that conversation. But that would be a good topic, because I just got like teary-eyed listening to you guys right now. But y'all missed my spiel, so
I don't feel like we should be picking partners based off of money either. We should be who we're in love with, and you know what I mean. And I feel like we shouldn't be picking our education and what job we want to be based off of how much money we have and how much money it's going to cost.
And Sterling, not to interrupt you, not picking off of money, because money don't mean nothing. You can't take money to the grave. I'm talking about picking a partner that both of y'all on the same accord.
I thought you were talking about they need to be like financially well off, so that
Not even financially, just on the same page mentally. Because mental and physical is the same thing.
Okay then.
You feel
And
me?
emotional,
There
and
you go.
emotional, because a lot of folks don't have the emotional fortitude, and here's what I mean. And I'll say this because you knows what I'm gonna say. Kind of when you're in a heterosexual relationship, a woman has to, and I think, and we always go back and forth in this word called submission. But as I've read it in the word, the submission goes both ways. However, here's what I will say. I am grateful that I have friends that are not women who get out in the street with their husbands and act like a whole donkey. Okay. The sisters that I have as friends, my friends, when we go out, it's what we call govern yourself accordingly. I think that, and I'm not saying a woman shouldn't speak. I'm not saying that at all. I am just saying that I see too many of this next generation, or maybe our generation. I'm an X generation person, but this being loud out in public, making a commotion, that bothers me, and it sickens me, and I can't stand it.
Yeah, a lot of people don't, but it depends on what they like. Like, I have an uncle who's very loud, and his wife is just as loud as him, and they is like whatever they find their simpatico, or whoever you ideal with. It's like it's somebody for somebody. So that type of energy I could never deal with. Like I'm more reserved. And the women I like, they have to have something interesting. They have to have something
true
about them. That's to
But,
me.
but let me, Cena, when you're done too, let me say this, because my boy, he's in Barranquilla. But as far as the traveling thing, somebody sending in their passport bros, I'm not a passport bro, but do I travel to Colombia often? In Ecuador, yes. And there's no difference between American women and Colombian women. That's not why I travel. Some people travel for that, but we not saying we travel for that.
No, I'll tell you why I travel is because the prices are so much better. In the United
Heck
States,
yeah.
you cannot buy a $100,000 condo on the beach. That's not even an option. But here you can. So I mean,
Mhm.
they're forcing us to go outside the country if you want to own multiple properties at a young age, and that sort of thing. It's just way more affordable, and the healthcare is free, and the education
Mhm.
is free, and they're doing a lot of things better than we are. But America is tricking us into thinking that we're entitled. Oh, you're entitled if you think that you should have education for free and healthcare for free, even though we're sending money to Israel so that they have education for free and they have free healthcare, but we paying for that.
Mhm.
But they're telling us that we don't deserve it for ourselves.
Yeah, the average daily life in Colombia, I can spend like 5,000 pesos in a day, which is what, $50.
Yeah,
I can spend $100 in Colombia, and that's my average day, American.
exactly.
$100.
That's true. But
And
but
a hundred,
let me just say this, Carcino, when I say loud and making a commotion, I understand what you say because I have an uncle that's loud, and his wife, both of them are just as crazy as bed bugs. But
Yeah.
they're funny loud. They're engaging loud. I'm talking about this commotion, this demeaning,
Obnoxious.
cussing your husband out, this cussing you know what I'm saying? When you need to certain things as a couple, as a man and wife, you have to take home. And there's certain things that need to be talked about at home.
Yes.
Never ever
Not
in a
just
million years did I ever see my mother and father argue. I did not. I didn't say that they didn't. I said I've never seen them argue because grown folks' business was grown folk business, and if they had something to deal with themselves, I was not a part of that. Okay.
and me, I've never let, like, that's why I like when I date, it's like me and her. We have to bond before we start doing the hang out with the friends, hang out with because the more people you put into your
In the
relationship,
mix.
business,
Yes.
the more you see toxic and this person
True.
saying this, and everybody's getting in your relationship that shouldn't even be.
Right.
And then it's like, why would you share this with them? And all they want to do is see you unhappy. So you think people
There
be
you
happy
go.
for you, and they really not. Some of them they jealous or they envious of you. They want what you have.
Yeah,
So
And
social
that's what
media is a
Midwest is talking
downfall.
about.
That social
That's what
media is a fool.
And that's what Midwest, I think it was Midwest of Sterling. That's what y'all was, somebody was mentioning that about, someone that has the same value system, but that which has the emotional fortitude. Each and every one of us have and come with our own little thing, whatever that thing may be, that we have to work on and work with.
yeah,
And like you said, Carcino, we don't, you want to bond with that person, and you need to get to know them, they need to get to know you, all of that, all of the above, right? At the same time, of course, I don't have a problem with meeting people, meeting family, friends. But I'm not hanging like that. I will, when family events come around, I love family events, I love family engagements, I love that. But in my business, and especially being outside in the public, getting and going crazy and acting like a donkey, I don't like it. So that's the kind of thing when I say couples need to, family, husband and wife definitely need to be strong when it comes to that. When you go home, y'all discuss your business.
but see,
Oh,
that's
I
what
think the biggest thing in
separates. Go
my
ahead.
bad, I
No,
think
go
the
ahead.
biggest thing I'm gonna say in a relationship when it comes to me,
Mhm.
it's a big word. Only one word. You know what that word is?
But
Communication.
okay,
Well, yeah, that's all. That's pretty much number one. But what I
absolutely.
was saying is, it's what they allow too. Like if he's allowing her to put him down like this constantly, nothing good is going to come from tearing down your spouse.
Facts.
There you go.
Nothing good is going to come from either side. If him putting you down, it's a way of control. If they allow you
Mm,
to do that, it's like, okay, I'm bulldozing you, meaning
right.
that it's everything my way. Like my friend, the girl in their relationship, it was like that, because he's a good time, he's fun, he likes to, be the life of the party. and she just goes along with whatever he does because that's what he likes to do. So she lets him make all the decisions. She let him do all the things. But the one time she wants to do something, he shoots it down immediately because he wasn't in control. He couldn't let her have the floor. He couldn't let her, like, it was something she was passionate about. He shot it down immediately. Then he doesn't understand when she's depressed. He doesn't understand when I'm like, why she just went into a depression. She just going crazy. Because he's not paying attention to the signals and the signs. I saw it coming. And I'm like, you can be exhausting. Now I'm trying to explain it to him in a nice way. Like, you're a great time, everybody, but you always do what you want to do. You don't never do what anybody else
But
wants
I'm
to do.
gonna have to piggyback on Sterling. Now, for one, I'm gonna say this: if you're not a strong man, you'll take anything that any woman will give you. Just like a man can manipulate a woman can manipulate a man. You got to be strong mentally for any one of those scenarios.
There you go.
But going overseas, I will say this, and my boy, hey, you speak a little Spanish, Sterling?
Sí, claro.
The más o menos. But like in some third world countries, like I can say this.
Dime.
Dígame. So
You can say dime.
you can be that guy and you can be that person, and you'll have a woman like do everything like that for you. I don't want to sound like so sexist in that, but I'm just saying like sometimes women from different countries, like they treat you like something that you might not get somewhere else. Now, I don't have that problem in the States. I'm not a passport bro to be like, I'm looking for that, because I don't have that problem. But I'm just saying, like, you go to certain countries and they're built to please their man. Like, and I don't need that. I don't need you to wash my clothes and do that. But I'm just saying they're built that way. You might meet somebody in the States and they'd be like, man, dude, what? I'm not cooking no dinner today. There's some women that can't cook. There's some men that don't even know how to cook a ramen noodle. Don't know how to boil water. So it goes hand in hand. But certain countries, like, they're just built like that. Like, they're just built to. But that's another
That was
conversation.
how this country used to be. And I mean, this is like culturally everywhere else around the world. The man was the lead of the household. And if you look even here in the United States, when you see the household where the male is the lead, most of those families come out with the kids. It's like less crime, less kids in trouble, everything. When the man is leading the household, even though the wife is there, doesn't mean she's minimized. Like they're in the church, they Catholics, but my former neighbors, like the wife, she says my husband handles that. Like when they try to come to the house or do anything, she's like, my husband, when he comes home, you'll deal with him. He handles that. I don't handle this. Like she's like, I handle the household.
Exactly. And back in the day, we could.
And that's what.
And it was nothing wrong with that. America made it a crime.
But see, let me say this. I just want to go back to one thing, and that is a woman being made for a man. That's not a woman is made for God. Okay, a man is made for God. A man and woman, and when they're in a covenant, their covenant is of God. I'm not put here for you. I'm not put here for you. I'm not put here for you. I'm not put for MU. I'm not put here for none of you. I'm put here because God put me here, and I have a journey and I have a mission, and I'm here for who I'm here for, and my mission is my mission. And so what happens is that if your mission and my mission, your values, and my values, my mentality and my emotional fortitude, the work that I put in to making myself a better me, and to making myself as whole as I can be, and that you have done the same thing, I can run a household all by myself if I want to. You should be able to run a household all by yourself if you want to. And when I say run out, when I say run a household, we know I know that it's much better to have a partner and help out with certain things. But I'm gonna tell you one thing for certain and two for sure. I am not And it is not word. I'm not made, and nowhere in other countries is subjectivity. And I am not into being a subject. I am not your subject. I am
Miss Pretty T.
my.
Hey, you know what?
I'm with God.
I feel you. Go ahead, Sterling.
Well, yeah, I don't. I'm
Wait. Hold on. I'm not finished. Wait a minute. Hold on.
My
And
bad,
so,
Miss T.
okay. And so what I'm saying is that when I get with my partner, we're going to, she will have her weaknesses and her strengths. I will have my weaknesses and my strengths, and we will help each other. Just like when you are in your relationships with your wives or your girlfriends, you all have your wives and girlfriends. You have strengths and weaknesses. My father was the guru as it pertained to finances and everything. My mother was a guru in her right, and she took care of savings. My father looked at bells, and he was like, "Oh, they getting ready to deregulate. We're getting ready to invest." And we invested in a multiplicity of things. We when those brownstones in Harlem and Brooklyn were only $5,000, we got those. Okay. My
Oh, so
mother's like, why
you
do
a
we?
East New York girl?
Oh, okay. And my mother's like, why do we need that? And I was like, Ma, do you know what those brownstones are gonna be come 40 years from now? And now she's like, wow, okay. And all I'm saying is that there's certain things. My mother was the RN. My mother knew you had all of that. It was the health proxy. We had all of that stuff. So trusts, all of that. I get that. We are all here and have our own journeys, and I hope and pray that we look at it like that we need each other. I believe that we need each other, and when we come together, when two heads are definitely better than one. And so I do believe that once you get somebody that you can bond with and be strong with, I believe in a Black power couple any day of the week, all day.
For sure.
Yeah, my whole thing is like I'm
Hey,
saying.
Cino, if you don't mind me, I think Sterling was trying to say something real quick, if you don't mind.
It was based off of what Cena said about how things were better. I believe he was saying back in the day, and I feel like part of that is because back in the day you could survive off of one income household, and now that's almost impossible without relying on the government. And so I feel like if we weren't paying for our student loans, if we weren't paying the most out of anywhere in the world for healthcare, then we would be getting married and having babies earlier, buying houses earlier. But instead they tell us, oh, well, you got to wait till you're 40 and get a 50-year mortgage and pay 6.8% interest and rent everything in your whole life. And I feel like there's got to be a way out of this. This is
gotcha.
It's not our fault. It's not our fault.
Okay, you mentioned the loan. Let me cut in. So I don't even like talking about it that much, but I didn't take out a loan per se when I had my house. I got the owner to carry the note. So you guys, there are other ways. So if I wasn't so tired, I would get more into that because I didn't want to do the whole 20, 30-year mortgage thing. So it was more like, because of my brain is tired. Y'all gonna have to forgive me a little bit. Because of the interest and stuff like that. Are y'all following me? You can get, so it's rare, but you can find an owner that's gonna will carry the note for you, and you pay the owner and you just negotiate a price. It saves the owner money and it saves you money, and that's another way that you can do it.
Yeah.
So it took me 5 years to do that, and that's a lot saved up, but it took me 5 years.
Yeah. So
I think that's a good idea, though, MU. Yeah, that's old school. That's kind of like what Sterling's talking about. That's kind of like what that old school. We used to shake hands. I remember that. You have a house, and okay, MU, you want to sell yours? Okay, thank you. Like, here, I'll do this, and then you go ahead and you move to Florida somewhere, and you become a snow bunny, and then I'll take care of the house, and then, like you said, rent to lease or rent to own. Rent to own, and then I give you, and then a certain amount of whatever it is. What we come up with that. You and I have a wonderful relationship, and we shake hands on it. People used to do that. Unfortunately, you can't shake hands with everybody nowadays, because folk got stuff up their sleeves sometimes.
If you guys want me to talk more about that on another stream, I will. But we did everything the same. Still had a walkthrough. Still had contracts. Still had everything was the same except we didn't go through the bank. Y'all, does it look like I can take out a more like you know what I mean? Who's gonna? You have to find a way to make things work, right? Chances were slim to none of me going to the bank and getting a bank loan. But if I tell a homeowner, hey, you know what? I have this. We can do this in this amount of time. Yeah, it can work. So there's other ways to do it, but my brain is too tired to go into it right now. But if you guys want to know, I can show you the paperwork and what I did.
I think that would be excellent. I would love to. I would definitely love to.
Yes.
Yeah, I would do it. I would do it. I won't do it on a vertical. I'll do it on a regular stream though, just because of the layout. If I'm going to share like paperwork and stuff like that behind the scenes, I'll show you guys what I did. Anything to help you guys out because y'all don't really know my history. That's new to my chat, but I had to find other ways to do stuff because of my background and I had to build myself up. But by sis TC, no, I did a lot. And I can tell you guys ways that I worked around the stigma concerning me and the other things. Like I had to really build myself up from a lot of places. It didn't hurt that I was in the military and stuff like that, but when I bought my home, I did that in a very unconventional way. But more and more people are doing it out here in California the way that I did it. Somebody told me about it and I ran with it.
Are you from Cali?
I'll share the knowledge with you guys.
Hey, Emmy, you from Cali?
I'm from Cali.
Yeah, I used to live in California.
Yeah, I live in Palm Springs. I'm in the desert. The low desert.
You're definitely in the desert. That's dope, though. That's a dope area.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, somebody sent me a message. They're like, MU, you need to dress up for these streams. You need to
That's a dope area. Dope golf courses. Nice area. I used to stay in Dago, Orange County.
I lived in Dago too. I lived in Rancho Bernardo.
Oh, nice. Yeah, see, no, yeah, you used to live out there.
Nice.
Nice.
Very
Yeah,
nice.
I was stationed
Fort Pendleton?
in San Diego. That's
In
where
Pendleton?
Yeah.
We were in Pendleton, like we weren't stationed there, but that's where we had to work. My dad had to work there.
Was he in the Navy? The Marine?
He was Marine. He wasn't on the Coronado Beach like that.
I love Coronado.
Everybody would like go to Coronado.
I was the Navy, but I would go to the Marine base a lot. Probably more than I should have, but you know.
I worked at Hogue. I worked at Hogue, Kaiser. They went to LA.
Nice.
And
now you're in. Wait, was that
Chicago?
Yeah, I used to hang out. I used to go to Chonga and Temecula.
I know all those
Yeah, Temecula was
guys
lit.
are making me like you. I really love California. I'm from the Midwest. Like I'm from Wisconsin, but I've been living in Palm Springs.
Okay, cheese curds.
That's right.
Yeah, right.
So that's what I said when I met that. Like when the last time she was here, I was in Wisconsin. I was right in Milwaukee at the casino. That was crazy.
Man, I went to that. They got some of the what was it, downtown Milwaukee? They got the the lobster rolls at the.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, I'm so.
Yeah, I'll be down there because Marquette is right there. So.
I gotta run, MU. I gotta run, MU. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate everyone.
Hey Sterling, you're awesome, bro. I'm a sub up to you, man. You've been awesome, bro.
Yeah, Sterling's awesome. Sterling's yes. Over here. Thank you, Sterling, for coming over.
Hey, have fun in Betakil, you know.
Thank y'all.
Hey, good to meet you, Sterling. Nice talking to you. Oh,
Sterling has Sterling's awesome. Y'all know I'm fired up when we talk about politics. Don't mind me. I hope that we end up as friends.
No, you're good. He on Columbia time, so I know it's like super like early for him. So.
Oh, is that where he is right now? Oh, I missed it.
Mankeela.
And Simplify, Unc. Simplify. Thank you for your service, Unc. Appreciate you.
Oh yeah, go Marines. Go Marines.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get out of here. I'm gonna have to get out of here too. It's my birthday, so I gotta get some.
It's your B-Day, Sino? No way. You turned 24?
Yeah.
A Sagittarius. Okay, well, now I know.
Hey, LeBron says hi.
Yeah. Oh, he's not a Sagittarius. He's not a Sagittarius with us.
Hey, Sino, man, happy birthday to you and many blessings to you, brother.
Yes.
And congratulations for your birthday and happy and many, many, many more. You are Sagittarius.
Oh yes, I am all the way.
I love it. Oh gosh.
I guess I'm gonna step out too, Miss T, MU. You guys are sweethearts. I like y'all energy. I'm definitely gonna. I'm subbed up. I'll be back one of these days.
Yes, yes.
Oh yes, in my house. Oh, for the person that was in there, I wanted to say this before I go. My house is a business for them who don't understand. The house is a business that works for me. This is under a corporation. It's not under my name. It's under a corporation. It's
there
under
you go.
LLC. Each room is basically an office.
Hey, Cino used to box in Cook County though. You better look him up. He used to box in Cook County now.
I did not box.
Okay. And I live in trust. I don't have anything in my name, but I am in control of everything.
Yes, I'm the owner of the corporations. Like I got different LLCs. Each room, and people don't know they could do that.
Yes.
Each room you could make a business if you want. So, or you could say, I have 2 offices in my company, and this whole location is the hub of the corporation. So my corporation, which gives me tax write-offs on.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, we talk about this on my Patreon. So
okay.
Did you say your Patreon? Okay, you gotta show me how to get on Patreon. Let me go ahead and block this person trolling my chat. We don't need you here, fool. I try to be nice, but yeah, no. Don't let this sweet face fool you. I'll get you together.
Oh, you know, she from the, Southern California now.
It's all good. Just come in respectful, because we're gonna respect you back. You don't gotta agree with me at all. You didn't even go off on me, but be respectful.
Be respectful.
I am against government programming and stuff like that. You want to ask me about an EBT card? That gets you blocked. Don't do that. Don't do that. Wait a minute. That's another stream for another day. If y'all need help, get help, but not forever.
That's true.
See,
yeah,
I agree. I want to say this to you guys.
Sure.
I really appreciate the conversation. When I first started doing these streams, I was very, very not even. It was really hard for me to listen to left ideologies and stuff like that. I kind of was on this whole whatever, but my views have changed a lot, and that's what happened from talking to people, having these conversations. I've learned a lot. I feel like I've grown a lot, and I have beautiful friends that are Republican, Democrat, God forbid liberal, but other things, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, and just vote for whoever you think is best for the job. That's
the
all.
job, right?
That's who I vote for. I say, who do I feel is best for this job?
Yep. As a matter of fact, I don't do the whole, going down the line. I'll go down the line one by one, and then I choose. Most of the time, I'm across the board, if you will. I'm across the board. I will vote for who's the best man or woman for that particular position.
And know your local leaders, especially staying in Chicago, it's a testament to know your local leaders. I will be in Chicago for another until I finish my degree, and then I'm definitely voting out Mayor Bodies Johnson at the
I can't vote. That's why I can't vote in y'all section no more. I'm not in Cook anymore, so I can't even vote.
Get Brandon Bodies out of here. This is a beautiful city. We need better
I have a quick.
So you
in our community, I voted for the Republican. It was
I'm a resident now.
And the Republican running for office out here. And I voted for the Republican because he called me. I said, they called me. Y'all just thought I was black. Y'all sent me a thing in the mail like, hey, you're black. Here's the Democrat thing. Click it. He actually called. Well, not him personally, but his assistant called me and told me everything about what he was about, everything. Chatted with me. It's like, hey, is there anything you need to know? Like, ask any questions. I'm right here. I was like, cool. So when I went to vote, the election was the next day. And I was like, they took the time out to call people.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
That
means a lot.
I live in Chicago. I function in Chicago. I'm actually, you guys kept me up enough. I'm gonna go to the gym after this. But
I gotta go to
then go to sleep. But I live in Chicago, great city, great people, stuff goes on, but what goes on is what the mayor should be instituting. People go in and out of jail here. I mean, somebody on a train here on the Blue Line has had 32 arrests, got out, and then assaulted a
Oh
woman.
yeah. So
I mean, it happens on the L train all the time. These people get in and out, 32 arrests, don't even care.
but on the
It's just,
blue
Was it
line,
the
that's what's
Venezuelan?
crazy.
Was it the
yeah, on the blue
Venezuelan
line.
or
That's what the craziest thing I've ever
Not
seen.
the
On
red
the
line,
blue.
the blue line.
Yeah,
Exactly. You know what I'm talking about.
that's what got. Yeah, I know exactly. You know, I know. So when I heard blue line, I was
On the
blue
blue
line.
line.
Yeah, that really got me. Blue
Yeah.
line is
Because
like
you know what? Ain't no cops there. They're like trying to put some little lights and somebody can like monitor it. But they got a bunch of people that just stand there. Like people can get in a fight in Chicago. Ain't nobody gonna do nothing.
yeah.
What
Now
they
for
gonna do?
the
Stand and
people
watch?
listening, let me explain what the blue line is. The blue line is like what takes you out to like the upper north suburbs. That
The
takes you
suburbs,
to
yeah.
like Schaumburg, O'Hare. It goes all the way to the airport. That's the stop. The
And
end of
the blue, but the blue line also take you through like inner city. Like if you're going from like Pilsen, Pink Line, you can get on the Pink Line. But yes, the blue line runs from like inner city Chicago, from like Madison to like Streeterville, and then all the way up to like you know what I'm talking about, like
yeah.
the north suburbs. And the north side is even crazier too, by Rogers Park. But like that line is dangerous. I mean, people are just acting crazy on it.
Like I
Most
used
of
to
the
get on
time, I don't even
that
take
line,
it.
and I used to get on that line when I lived in the. I lived on 98th. Like I lived
Okay.
on the south side, so I don't know if you was low end, but
No, I stay on the west side.
oh, okay.
So Midwest, are you familiar with Northern Trust?
Northern Trust is as far as what?
It's a financial institution.
No.
Okay. Northern Trust, like Price Waterhouse, and you know some of the big guns like that, Vanguard, and all those cats.
No, I know Vanguard.
I
Like
know
I have
Vanguard.
my I have Vanguard and all that. But Northern
Stop.
Trust,
Right. But
yeah.
yeah, Northern Trust is a major financial institution. It's not a bank. It's a financial institution.
No, I got you. Yeah.
You have to have a certain amount of money even just to open up an account. So you know, some of my colleagues work there, and I have to do some business out of there sometime. In Chicago, where you are, Midwest, is your congressperson of color? Do you know?
Yeah. I'm a person of color for sure.
No. Is your congressperson of color?
It's really hard to tell here because I mean I don't really see no color with congressmen because I'm at odds with all of them in Chicago. You
It
know, you
doesn't
have
have
like the
anything to
blue.
do with that. Listen to the question. I just want to know, is your congressperson of color? Because if you are,
They are.
in,
To answer your question, yes.
okay, so if they are of color and you are in school, there is a scholarship that
I
you
know I'm
can.
already.
But what does
No,
color have to do with that? I'm lost.
I'm already good though because I mean I've already like I'm on like my
It
second
doesn't
phase.
matter if you're good. It only matters that you can gain and get more. This $5,000 can help you along the way.
Oh, 5,000 ain't gonna hit nothing on my degree.
He's in med school. Like
Yeah, it ain't 5,000 to be like half my
It doesn't,
like
but
a book.
$5,000 is still $5,000 if you know how to utilize it
Yes,
and
ma'am.
take it and invest it.
But I went to art. But I already went to UNC. I already
Listen
went
to
to
what I'm
UNC,
saying.
so I
Listen to
transferred.
what
So
I'm
like I'm
saying.
good.
But see, you're not thinking far enough ahead, and this is it. Here it is. If you live in Chicago or any other city, your congressperson, if they are of color, there is what we call a Congressional Black Caucus Spouses Scholarship. Right now,
for
the
med school
least
though, because
it's for med school, law school. It's for if you're getting your PhD, if you're in the certification program, or if you're in your bachelor's.
I don't want to dox myself, but like
All of these scholarships don't just apply to people going to college. This is for people who are getting post-secondary education.
But I'm gonna tell you why I don't need it, and I'm glad you said it. But I work.
So when I
go to like
got
one of
my
the biggest
money,
hospitals here, and
when
they
I got
already
my
give me like a
master's,
full ride.
when I got my master's degree, I had a full ride. I took that $5,000 and I invested in property.
But let me tell you, so Chicago has a
So
union
here's
out
the
here.
thing:
They have
it
a
doesn't.
union out
When
here.
we're talking about money, and when we're talking about money, if even if you have it, you still get more, and you pour into, and you get more, and you can do more, and you can expand more, and multiply and share more.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so let him respond. Let him respond. Go ahead, Midwest.
Oh yeah, so
Okay, I'm gonna get out of here
Bye,
because I got it.
Casino. Happy
Really
birthday.
All right now,
happy birthday, Cena.
take
All
care,
right, thank
Casino.
y'all. Appreciate
Casino,
y'all so much.
happy birthday.
But basically, I go to one of the most distinguished universities out here. That's what brought me out here. So like, I'm completely good. Like I go to Northwestern, so in order to
That
get to
doesn't mean
Northwestern,
anything to
you gotta
me.
be
That doesn't mean anything to
you
me.
gotta
And
be that.
prestigious, I don't give a
So
damn
we're
about
like
all of that. I have a sister who
we
is a
good.
doctor. I get
Trust
it,
me.
no problem.
I'm really
What
smart.
I'm saying to you is
So when it comes to the men, because I know, I was
$5,000.
for it's hard. When it comes to money for doctors and stuff like that, it's just a no. It's I kind of get what, without saying it, what Midwest is saying. I also get what TC is saying.
Right.
Midwest is just set up in a way where he doesn't really.
Here's the thing: you never know what
Yeah, I don't go by
life
congressman.
is
Like, I
like.
go to
Listen
like
to
a
me,
established
and I
and
know
then
you
like
all
my
are younger than
situation is as long
myself.
as I
But life
work
is
within
lifing, and
and
you
do
never
everything
know when the
within that, like they give
situation
me
will
like
happen,
I got a
and
new
you
Apple
never know
computer
when something
and
will come up,
they
and
pay
you
for
never
that. I
know
didn't pay a
when you
dime.
have it. It's
But he
better to
said
have,
like the hospital host with
but
his.
it's better to have and not need
Okay.
than
And
to
it's a
need
grind,
and
and
not have it.
and I like what
And
you
so
said too, because
Northwestern
any help
is,
is good. It's a
and
grind. Like I'm not saying
and
like
here's the thing: you're
it's
not the
not
only
hard.
one.
It's
So when I
juggling
share
like life
information,
and
when I share
family, and
information,
I'm not originally from here, so like I gotta fly
it
all the
doesn't
time
matter.
to
None of that
see my
matters. You
family,
said
and
you were a
it's a
resident.
hard grind. But
It
I
it
came here
doesn't
this far.
matter.
I ain't gonna give up now. So
No, you're not gonna give.
No.
Nope, not giving
But
up.
what I'm saying is, and it's fine because
I'm
I have
almost
a
done.
plethora
So
of people who will utilize, and
yeah,
we
but I
will take it
appreciate
to the
that. As
next
a matter
level.
of
I
fact,
have
I'm
young
about to hit the
people.
school
I have
gym.
folks. I have folks that are
Do some
in
work.
law
It's gonna be
school that will take
-3.
it.
You
Wait,
said
what
what?
happened?
I
I was
have
like,
folks that
it's
are
like
in law school
-3 out here.
that are getting ready to take it as well, and they're going to take their money and they're going to invest
-3
in. They're
degrees
going
is
to
cold. I
invest.
don't think I hear you.
Oh, he can't hear. So
I hear
-3.
you.
Dang,
Yeah, yeah.
-3. I'm like,
Let's go. I
I
ain't gonna
forgot
hold you.
about that kind of weather. I forgot because he couldn't hear take home. He couldn't hear her. His
Oh, okay.
outside. He couldn't hear because of his him being outside. I didn't think you noticed that he couldn't
No,
hear.
I'm inside. I can hear you, but I can't hear T.
He can't.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he can't hear. Can you hear him?
I can hear him.
Yeah, T, I cannot hear you, sweetheart.
Can't hear her, and I don't know how to.
She might have
But
to, you know, it happens to me. She might have to drop down and come back up on StreamYard. I think that's what it
Right.
is.
But
Can you hear her?
listen, we'll tell him that we will talk later. That's all.
Okay,
We'll
she
go.
said
We're
that.
good.
She said that. So he's not talking over her, you guys. He can't hear. I can tell that he can't hear because of how their mic settings sound. He's really low. She's high, but she's going to. She said
I'll
you
be
guys
back.
will talk later when you guys got better connection.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. T, I'm so sorry I can't hear you, sweetheart, but thank you for so much being a strong woman. Thank you, MU, for being a strong woman. And I had fun tonight. Like you guys kept me up with good conversation. Salute to Sino, salute to Sterling. You guys have a good one.
I appreciate you, Jetty. Have fun working out.
You know it.
Yes. Tell him I said thank you as well. Oh, okay. But MU, as usual, you're the best, the hostess with the mostest.
Thank you, sis.
And on and on. So we'll talk because I just finished. Thank goodness to you. I have to send you a cash app. My God, because I just finished a nice grant, and I'm getting ready to turn it in today. Thank you.
Sis, you do your thing. They show he wasn't trying to. Ooh, y'all got to be.
Yeah, I mean, I've been writing.
He wasn't trying to talk over her. He couldn't hear her. He couldn't hear, and where I'm sitting, I could tell that he couldn't hear her because he was really, really respectful. He just couldn't hear me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
I got it.
he's totally solid. Like he's solid. TC
Yeah.
knows and he is appreciative of the information. They couldn't hear each other. That's why I cut in, because I knew that he couldn't hear her and she was talking, because he wouldn't have talked under her like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he seems like a nice, respectable person, and I thank the chat and everybody for chiming in and all that good stuff and love and everything. Yeah, but yeah, so I just finished this grant. So oh my goodness, I've been writing since about 1 o'clock. So
I
yeah,
appreciate you. And no, they're good. Her, him, Cassandra, they're all good. They're solid.
yeah.
TC, so I have to, as I'm getting ready for these next few semesters, I have to hit you up because this is expensive now that my girl is in school. I'm not sure I want to do this out of pocket anymore. Yeah.
Right.
I don't know, because with both of us in school, this is hard. And I'm like, ooh. But I'm doing it and finishing up my my degrees.
And I love it. And I'm so proud of you. You are like you go. There's a couple of people, I think Purple Peach or Peach somebody who's getting her law degree. There's so many people that's going to school. I am proud of you all. Thank you. Thank you, Deja. I appreciate you, sis. And thank you for those cool brothers that were up on the panel this morning.
They were cool. I had to check myself a little bit because you know how I get when you coming at the right too hard. I'm like, ooh, I had to back off. They were talking about Trump and war and all that. But I do appreciate Sterling, Sino,
in West.
Jetty.
Mm-hmm.
That's Midwest, yeah. Because I learned a lot from the conversation, and I felt like it was respectful. Just like with you, we had our first. I think if you guys don't know, TC was one of the first. Would you consider yourself Democrat? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, I'm a Democrat.
Okay, she was one of the first ones that I actually had a conversation with without it going too far left, and we heard each other out. I felt like it was very respectful, and it started to open up my eyes a little bit to hear more of what you guys were saying.
Yeah. And I appreciate, like I said, I appreciate coming over here because I never know what we're going to get into.
Oh, psychology, Jetty. I'm sorry, TC. Psychology. I'm finishing up my psychology. There's a whole story behind me, but I started my psychology degree years ago, and things went south, and now I'm finishing my degree, Jetty. So thank you so much.
Yes. But
TC,
yes,
but
I love it.
Full of knowledge, and if you guys don't know her, all she talks about is for HBCU scholarships, grants. Yeah, that's what she talks about. That's her thing. So she's very passionate about it.
I love it. Somebody, as a matter of fact, as much as I try to get away from it, someone called me just the other day and they said, and it was a YouTuber, an ex-YouTuber, if you will, an ex-moderator. And they said, well, so-and-so is going to college. And I'm like, okay, I don't do that. And then they said, oh, thanks, Jetty. Thank you, Boop. And then they said, oh, they're going to Howard University. I was like, oh, okay. What are they going to do when they're going? What are they do? All of that kind of stuff. Yeah. And then I got back. Now I'm back in it again. So it's like, it is what it is. God has put me on this fine line, and I'm like a squirrel. You ever see a squirrel on a little a squirrel on electrical wire or something like that? Mm-hmm. they just. Well, see, we have them here, but
I'm proud of you. I appreciate you. I just do. And even though, some of my views, you guys may seem kind of harsh, it's really with a lot of love. I had to build myself up from a lot of things. I talk about politics over here mostly. And my other streams, I talk about sobriety and stuff like that. There's really a lot. I do believe that no matter where you are, you can build yourself up. You don't need all these handouts, right? Some people do to start. but it shouldn't be a crutch. It shouldn't hinder you, because the problem with these, and I'm gonna go to bed. I'm not gonna get into this conversation today. The problem with these handouts forever is that it makes you afraid to make more than that. It makes you afraid, and you stay limited. You're worried about losing your benefits. You're worried about losing this, and you stay stuck in this little rat race. So when I speak from experience, like, you can build yourself up and you can do more. Even if people don't believe in you, just believe in yourself. Believe in yourself.
There
Okay?
you go. I agree.
Right,
Love
TC?
you.
Right, sis?
Yes, I agree. I agree. If you need to start, I'm with you on that. But you're gonna sometime one of these days you're gonna move past that, and God has bigger and better for you.
I'm only counting my days right now. I'm counting my days. I have 1,301 day. And once I hit my 4-year sobriety birthday, we're gonna stop counting. But I don't talk about that stuff over here. But yeah, I'm gonna stop counting, and life is good. Life is good.
There you go. And so thank you, Deja, Jetty, Kimberly Black, Unc, Dr. Mad Hatton. I like that, Dr. Mad Hatton. I like it. Okay. Charles, I really appreciate you. D. Henry, everybody in the chat, I really appreciate all of you. MU, you know, you never cease to amaze me. You never cease. I'm very proud of you. Stay your course. All right. All right, Captain. See you later.
See you later.
All right, everybody have a great weekend. Peace.
Love you, girl.
Love you.
That was a very I think she might have trouble. Okay, wait a minute. Let me I'm so tired, but let me get closer to you guys real quick. Wait a minute. Oh damn, that's too close. Okay, let me back up. I don't know how to back up right now. What's good, Chop? Good morning. You guys, thank y'all for hanging out with me. TC is my sis. We go back, and we've had some strong conversations. Jetty, always welcome. Sterling and Casano. Did I miss anybody? I think I got y'all. Claude, I'm surprised you didn't come up, but Claude, I know how you think. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Y'all know it's been a long time since I've been live for 4 hours, especially over here. But I really enjoyed the conversation. I think that we learn a lot from listening to each other, and everybody on the stream has something to offer. And I really appreciate you guys. I appreciate the chat. I thank you guys for your super chats. I don't use mods for this channel, so I couldn't drop any links, but I'm easy to find. I might join you. Did I miss your comments? Did I miss you? I might join you stream. I might join with you to celebrate your sobriety day, since it's my birthday too. May 21st, I will have 4 years sober. I'm so excited. I'm excited in that I'm not. It's like, okay. But yes, you can join me on the stream and we'll celebrate. So when I say that you can build yourself up, I speak from a lot of personal experience. I'm praying for our country and I'm praying for our families. Yes, it's the UFOs. Our internet was acting funny. Yeah. Dr. Manhattan, join me. All right, you guys, I got to lay it down. I have to get up and get a workout in, and I will see you guys later. All right. We'll do a stream later. And if you feel free to double tap the screen and subscribe. And I thank you guys for hanging out with me. Good night or / morning. Why you quit the live? Because I got to go sleep. I've been live for 4 hours. I'll see y'all later. Bye-bye.